A wonderful morning and a very warm welcome to everyone present here. We have all gathered here to honor the centenary celebrations of the revolutionary chemical engineer, late Professor Dr. S Laddha. A man who was instrumental in the formation of the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, Dr. S Laddha was also highly involved in research on crystal growth, which led to the establishment of the popular Crystal Growth Center in Anna University. His work on liquid-liquid extraction is also extremely well known and popular. Today, the 26th of August marks 100 years since the birth of this legend. And as always, we would like to start this program with a rendition of the Tamil Thai Varthu. I request everyone to stand up for the same.
நீராரும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் மதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரிதனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே.
Thank you, everyone. I now humbly request our esteemed Dean, Professor R. Jayavel, to come up and deliver the welcome address.
A very good morning to all of you. Honorable Chief Guest of this morning, Padma Vibhushan, Dr. A Mashelkar, former Director General CSIR and former Director NCL Pune, most respected and beloved Vice Chancellor of Anna University, Professor R. Velraj, esteemed guest of honor, Padma Vibhushan, Dr. T. Ramasami, former Secretary, Department of Science and Technology and former Director, CLRI, distinguished Director of Vignan Prasar, Dr. Nakul Parasar, respected Registrar of Anna University, Professor G. Ravikumar, distinguished members of the alumni, ACTEC alumni, including the President, Thiru A. Ilangovan, Vice President, Thiru Raja Srinivasan, family members of Professor G. S. Laddha, former Director of IIT Madras, Professor Ananth, former Vice Chancellor of Alagappa University, Professor P. Ramasami, the Founder Director of Crystal Growth Center at ACTEC, the immediate past President of ACTA, Madam Vidya Shankar, former Deans of ACTEC, former Professors of ACTEC, Directors of various centers, Heads of the departments, members of the faculty, and my dear student friends. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all for this historic function of the birth centenary celebration of the legendary chemical engineer and world-renowned scientist Professor G. S. Laddha. It's my pleasure to welcome the Padma Vibhushan, Dr. A Mashelkar, as the chief guest of this great celebration. Dr. A Mashelkar is known for his world-class scientific research, transformative science and innovation institution leadership. He has ushered a revolutionary patent culture among the Indian scientific community. While I wholeheartedly welcome you, sir, for gracing this function and delivering the centenary lecture today, let me also take a few minutes to present the centenary speaker to the audience. The top honors of our G. S. Laddha centenary speaker include Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, and Padma Vibhushan, as well as 45 honorary doctorates from all over the world. Positions held by him include Director NCL Pune, Director General CSIR, Chairman NIF, President GRA, and President INSA. Dr. Mashelkar has several firsts to his credit as an Indian, including TWAS, Lenovo Science Prize, Fellowship of US National Academy of Inventors, Business Weed Award of Stars of Asia, and only the scientist to win JRD Corporate Leadership Award. He is only the third Indian engineer to be elected to Royal Society, the seventh Indian to be elected to the US Academy of Sciences, and the seventh Indian to be elected to American Academy of Arts and Sciences. He is a jury member of Queen Elizabeth Prize for Engineering, which is considered equivalent for Nobel Prize in Engineering. He is the author of Pretoria Declaration on Global Knowledge Pool for Global Good and the only non-English president of the UK Institution of Chemical Engineers. He is a shining star in the horizon of academic world. He has been on the boards of several reputed companies in the corporate world. He has been a pioneer in the science institution leadership in the country. He seeded the patent culture in the country and at the same time strived to protect the traditional knowledge of the country through several measures. He has chaired numerous committees. There have been as many as 16 Mashelkar committee reports which formed the basis for decision making. In post-economic liberalization period, he has been a pillar of strength in formulating science, technology, and innovation policies. In delivery of the social contract of science and technology, he has been a national leader. He has set up his own Anjani Mashelkar Foundation, which gives away inclusive innovation awards. It's my pleasure to welcome the guest of honor, Padma Vibhushan, Dr. T. Ramasami. He is the main architect of this, arranging this program, and also our proud alumnus of AC Tech. He has played key roles in organization of this event itself. It's my pleasure to welcome you, sir, for this inaugural function. The president of this function and our Vice Chancellor, Professor R. Velraj, is an internationally reputed scientist, able administrator, and dynamic leader who has always been very supportive for all the activities of AC Tech campus. I sincerely welcome our Vice Chancellor to preside over the function today. I welcome Dr. Nakul Prasar, the Director, Vinyan Prasar, and I sincerely acknowledge the wonderful contributions of Vinyan Prasar in celebration of this Indian science, including the every event planned for this year 2022. It's my pleasure to welcome our Registrar, Professor G. Ravi Kumar. He is also a former faculty of AC Tech campus who has been constantly encouraging and supporting all the activities of AC Tech. I welcome all of you to grace this occasion, and also I request all of you to take part in the day-long celebrations in the birth centenary of Professor G.S. Laddha. Thank you very much. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you for officially beginning this program, sir. I now kindly request the dignitaries on the dais to light the lamp. The presentation of mementos will now take place. I request Professor R. Velraj, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Anna University, to present a memento to Padma Vibhushan Dr. A Mashelkar. Thank you, sir. I request Professor R. Jayavel, the esteemed Dean of AC Tech, to present a memento to Professor R. Velraj, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Anna University. Thank you, sir. I request Thiru A. Ilangovan, President of the AC Tech Alumni Association, to present a memento to Dr. G. Ravikumar, the respected Registrar of Anna University. Thank you, sir. I request Thiru Raja Srinivasan, the Vice President of the AC Tech Alumni Association, to present a memento to Padma Vibhushan Dr. T. Ramasami. Thank you, sir. I request Thiru A. Ilangovan, President of the AC Tech Alumni Association, to present a memento to Dr. Nakul Parashar, the Director of Vigyan Prasad. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Nakul Parashar, Director of Vigyan Prasad, to share with us the initiatives of the organization for the centenary celebrations of Dr. S Laddha.
Vanakkam, a very good morning to one and all. It gives me an immense pleasure to be here amongst all of you, and particularly in front of somebody whom I have revered ever since I started my career way back in 1992. I was teaching at the College of Engineering, Delhi College of Engineering, when I got an opportunity to work in CSIR. And to be very honest, I was touched, moved and inspired by the gentleman whom I'm sharing my stage today, somebody whom I've always revered like Eklavya has done to Dronacharya. He's a gentleman, he's a person we've all known for his scientific achievements throughout his career. But have we ever gone back and thought about one thing? That has there been any Indian who's been very strong enough to stand up and fight for our IP rights? I remember I was an editor to Science Reporter and Vigyan Pragati, a magazine which was very famous. And I remember the cover story that we did, and it said, Neem, the Margosa at that point in time, was about to be patented. We all remain indebted to this gentleman who got our Neem back to us. I think all of us should give him a standing ovation. I would request you to do so. Thank you so much for my request, because this is something which has been this has been hidden in my heart for almost like 30 years now. And I always wanted to find an opportunity where I could, express my indebtedness for what he has done to the nation, right? So a person who stood all over his life for only one thing, where nation was before self. And now also with this foundation that he does a lot of things which I observe from the sidelines. It's something that we all should be very appreciative of. I think it's an honor, it's an opportunity for all of us to have him here with us, and I'm sure we'll all benefit from what he speaks. Back to our centenary celebrations. I also, from the core of my heart, would like to thank and appreciate Dr. Ramasami's efforts for having thought about celebrating centenaries of our luminaries. I represent an organization which is called Vigyan Prasad, an autonomous organization of the Department of Science and Technology that works in the area of scope. Scope is nothing but science communication, popularization, and its extension. For past 32 years, we've been working in this area. And we've been trying to talk about hands-on experiment. We're trying to create scientific awareness. But Dr. Ramasamy brought in an idea that we've been publishing books, we've been publishing things about what our scientists have done. But I think for all of us, sources of inspiration who have done things on ground, who've been very objective about what they want, need to be brought to the people. And this cannot just be done by publishing books, making movies. But unless we have congregations like this where we come together and meet people who've been associated with them. I again remain indebted to Dr. Ramasamy for having brought this idea. In December 22nd, 2021, under his guidance and leadership, we came forward and we found 4 such scientists who had their centenary last year. And Dr. Laddha was amongst them. And we requested the then Honorable Vice President of the country at Vigyan Bhavan in New Delhi to organize. It was chilling, it was quite cold, and I'm sure you would agree with me how chilling it was. But we did that small gathering where we had different speakers like Professor Balram and others coming up and talking about, including Dr. M.M. Sharma as well, talking about these 4 luminaries. And when you hear somebody, when you hear about certain aspects of them, that is where things of that kind get embedded into you much stronger, much firmer. We've all seen, we've lived in the age of online webinars and all that, everything happens. But when we meet and talk, the kind of body language that the speaker emanates leaves behind things that no YouTube, no Instagram, nothing can leave behind. So I think it's important for us, we are all human beings, it's important for us, might be my personal opinion, I don't know how much you would agree with me. We've got very paucity of time. Paucity of time has got to an extent, not more than 2 minutes or 3 minutes is our attention period. But when we walk up to a place, make an effort to meet and talk, right? We find the importance of it. I'm glad that this initiative that we have taken up will go a long way, and we'll have many more centenarians in our list that we have got to follow. And it's just that fortunately all of these 4 centenarians last year were from Chennai, and I'm glad that we have many more coming in the years from Chennai. And in this case, Vigyan Prasad, for that matter, made it very important that besides Hindi and English, it's important that our Indian languages, our own Indian languages, should become the way of contact and communication. Here in Tamil Nadu, under the leadership of one of my very prolific scientists, Dr. T.V. Venkateshwaran, I'm sure many of you know him, we came together and started something called Arivial Palagai, scope in Tamil. We've gone to a level, and I really want to thank the entire state for that matter, that the state has now accepted our monthly magazine called Arivial Palagai to be deputed in all those 6,500 schools across the state. These are smaller initiatives that we've taken in last 3.5 years. We've also embarked upon what others, I'm sorry to say, I'm not trying to boast, but what others have done. We've launched India's first science and technology OTT channel way back in 2019. We now talk of Netflix, Hotstar, Amazon Prime, Z5, so and so forth. But for science and technology, our dedicated OTT channel was something that was missing. I'm glad that Doordarshan and others are now trying to emulate and bring up their own channels in this space. The binge space is going to come up. But this is one, so I would request all of you, we've got more than 3,800 films that we have prepared in the last 3.5 years, breaking all the records of Bollywood. So please, if you could, I would request, it would be a meaningful dialogue that I could convey. If we can all, before we leave, download a free app called indiascience.in, and you'll find huge repository of content that is available. And since that is free, you can use it, you can repurpose it, and so on and so forth. So having said this, the list is long, and I don't want to come between you and our other speakers who are here to talk about. But I really want to thank all of you for the kind of support that you've given to us. And particularly, I really would be thankful to the family of Dr. Laddha, who've cooperated with us, provided us pictures, provided a lot of insight into it. And I'm sure we also are ready with the book, but please forgive me for there's been a little delay. A book that we are trying to bring in Tamil, which we had brought earlier in English, will be there very soon. So be in touch with us. Vigyan Prasar website has all that information. And I'm sure you'll appreciate this, because besides hardcore science and technology, this is my parting line, before hardcore science and technology, it actually is just confined to lab. It's all of us, our scientific social responsibility to ensure that the author, we are authors of research papers, but if we can tell our people what we have done, that would be a great contribution to scientific social responsibility. I know we are not, Tatas and Birlas to do corporate social responsibility, but we are scientists, so we can at least do our scientific social responsibility by telling the world to do this. And for that matter, we at Vigyan Prasar and other organizations that work in the area of scope are willing to become an interface. If there is anything that holds you back from conveying those hard topics of science and technology, which the public considers as dry and drab, if you really want to make them interesting without diluting the content of it, we are there to support you with not only with workshops, training programs, whatever that you want, but we would personally like to work with you to ensure that the hidden author, poet, or anything that you want to bring up to tell the people, we'll be there to help you. So this is just I've been a student of amorphous material, so my introduction is always amorphous. So please forgive me for that, but I hope we'll go a long way. Thank you so much for having me. Jai Hind and Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. I take great privilege in calling upon Padma Vibhushan Dr. T. Ramasami to present a tribute to Dr. S Laddha.
The esteemed Vice Chancellor of this great university, the endearing science leader and the centenary speaker, Dr. Mashelkar, the man who controls the reins of Anna University, the registrar, Sri Ravi Kumar, the dean, Dr. Jayavel, my friend Nakul Prashar, who did a small commercial break for Vigyan Prashar, and my esteemed president of the alumni body, Dr. Selangovan. Then the vice president, you already is a Raja in his own name, Raja Srinivasan. A very distinguished fellow alumni of this great institution. Our teachers, Dr. Kasturi is here. I think many of us are his students. And therefore, they are teachers of teachers here, quite a lot of them. And the former and the present heads of this institution and the departments. And of course, the students and the most endearing family members of Dr. Laddha. Every one of you here, again, a very, very good morning to all of you. This used to be our classroom. Anand will tell you, this is our classroom, and it has become an auditorium. So every time we come here, we still look at it as a classroom, not as an auditorium. And this classroom was interesting that in those days, there some people sit in the front rows and some people in the back rows. Today, it's an unusual sight. All the senior people in age are in the front row. And all the younger people are in the last rows. And that itself is a tribute. Because the best tribute to a teacher is the success and the good citizenry that students bring forth to the country. So it turns out the students of Dr. Laddha, then Laddha, are today on the front rows. Not just physically in this classroom, but in the classroom of this country itself. Because there are several people who have led the corporate world today, who have led the science process, academics, and research. So the three trinity of the academy, research, industry, which really formed the strand of collaboration in this country, I would say was seated right in this classroom by Dr. Laddha. So in the AC Tech forms one strand of the cultural DNA of this organization, and Laddha, spirit of Laddha forms the second strand. So they have said that I should pay tribute. I am too small to pay a tribute to a big man like Laddha. So I am going to convert it into a homage rather than a tribute. The tribute is what we have done in our lives. What tribute we can play to Dr. Laddha is what we have done in our professional lives, is a tribute by himself. And I think Dr. Laddha's contribution to this, not this institution alone, through the institution, the persona that he helped his students to gain and build is what the tribute is all about. And I believe Dr. Laddha brought a certain focus in our early studies. It was not just a college, you come here, take a degree and go. He developed a persona into the people, and several corporate leaders today, several leaders in the industry are really from this is a womb from which all those things happen. And several heads of institutions have come from here. For the purpose of some younger people, I will tell you, there are 70 Bhatnagar Prize winners from Tamil Nadu. Okay? 12 are from AC College campus. And 7 of them were as faculty, 5 of them were students of this institution in one way or the other. When he was the director of this institution, there were 5 very illustrious names in the Indian science. They are stars. There's something like having 11 Tendulkars or 10 Tendulkars and 1 captain. And this captain, Dr. Laddha, had to deal with 10 Tendulkars at the same time. Not an easy thing to do. And all that great science was done here. So the research, in the research ecosystem, AC College was in the forefront of the country itself. It was not the city. Therefore, the leadership that he provided and the kinds of results that flew out of the research in this environment is a tribute by itself. Therefore, when we talk about the centenary of Dr. Laddha, I would say he has gained immortality. He is not a dead person. His spirit is a continuum. That immortality is an account of what has happened from the people whom he trained and educated. And I would say that in my own, let me say what I call a homage to Dr. Laddha in that coffee table book that's going to be released, I said you are my role model for becoming a researcher. The icons and role models are different. You can be an easy icon. You can do some things which are not necessarily right and get away with it because you get a reputation. To be a role model is a big thing, because you cannot do a single mistake. The people follow you. So Dr. Laddha's contribution to this institution, especially his students, he presented himself as a role model and made sure that we didn't do anything foolish in our lives. And I'm not talking about just in the classroom, but in our lives. Therefore, for me as a researcher, I have openly acknowledged that Dr. Laddha was my role model, and he remains still. Therefore, I call this as my homage to a man who made me what I am today. This statement could be made by several of you sitting in this rows where he taught, because in some way or the other, he has gotten into our consciousness space itself without his articulation. Therefore, he was a very self-effacing individual by his character. And he never used the word students. He always used the word pupils. And I think he had developed a large number of disciples, and those disciples follow his dharma. I think that's what is about. Laddha dharma is what that continues today, in my opinion. And I think I am very grateful to three people. Of course, Anna University Vice Chancellor has made these things happen. And our alumnus body, I think acting last few years, let me say hyperactive in the last few years. And they tried to bring back the glory of the past of the organization. Any organization needs to ask whether is today better than yesterday? Will tomorrow be better than today? There has to be a continuous process. So I said that out of the 70 Batonga Prize winners in this country, 12 are from this very campus. Therefore, there was a research ecosystem in this organization which is beyond what was there in any other college. So our alumni body, they call themselves ACTA. I think they put an extra A to emphasize they are really acting body. And that's why I use the word hyperactive. They are trying to create a system. They have really found something called REDACT, Research Ecosystem Development in AC Tech. They like to bring back that research system. The REDACT in English means proclamation. I hope it won't end up as a proclamation like most politicians do. I think let us convert that into an action. And the beginning of that activity is best done on the centenary year of Dr. Laddha. Okay? So the centenary celebration is not just a celebration of the 100 years of the past or the saga of Laddha, but we will do the correct thing by saying to Dr. Laddha's spirit and soul that what we plan in the future from here is going to be as good as what it used to be and better. So with that, I would say I am grateful to the association for having been an opportunity to be here today. Only thing I want to tell Jayavel, don't treat me as a guest of this body. I am one of you, and I like to remain one of you unless you disown me. I would like to be one of you, and I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. The felicitation will now be given by Dr. G. Ravikumar, the respected Registrar of Anna University.
Good morning, AC Tech. Respected Chief Guest, respected Vice Chancellor, the dignitaries on and off the dais, my dear colleagues and student friends. The AC Tech, which is one of the key jewels in the crown of Anna University, is more fascinating among the campuses, mainly in terms of the faculty interactions, student interactions, faculty-student interaction, and the alumni institute interaction in all the forefront. It's a very short and sweet campus, excelling in every possible way, especially in terms of this research ecosystem. In fact, the model of research labs for every one of the or most of the faculty individually is nurturing research in a great way, which is not even copied even now in many of the other campuses. Maybe I don't have the statistics, but if you analyze the average per capita research output in terms of either publication or the H index It may be the highest for the AC Tech among the 4 campuses, I can say. So, like the mechanical engineering department in CEG, we have the parent chemical engineering department, which is spearheaded by Prof. Laddha over the decades. And we have the intellectual island textile department, which is like an island. And we have the biotechnology, an offshoot of chemical engineering, which was nurtured by Professor Kundala Jayaraman and Professor Kaliraj. We have the leather technology, thanks to CLRI, which saves a lot of money for Anna University without paying any salary for running a very good course. And the younger ones, there is ceramic and the applied science. The startup culture, in fact, again, I think among the campuses, the AC Tech stands in front. With the leather technology students, where almost more than 95% of the students are entrepreneurs, which may not be in any other branch in our university departments. And even 20 years back, the BIRAC incubator of biotech was started functioning in the Taramani campus with great inspiration or a contribution from SPEAK. But with all this, somehow the entrepreneurship culture among the present set of students is not very appreciable, I can say. And maybe some initiatives like the first official ED cell of AC Tech was inaugurated when I was the director of Center for Entrepreneurship Development in AC Tech in 2015. But still I can say some more thrust can be given with a lot of entrepreneurs around to inspire our present set of students towards entrepreneurship in a better way. And in that sense, I'm happy to hear that our AC Tech Alumni Association is creating a Section 8 company to spearhead this inspiration, starting from awareness and supporting the student startups. And alumni interactions, that's also very high in this campus with large number of high-level, highly rated entrepreneurs of AC Tech in close collaboration with the institution. And they regularly conduct venue programs. And the AC Tech is growing synonymously with India. In fact, India celebrating the 75th year of independence, and AC Tech very recently celebrated 75th year of establishment. They are all adding further to our Anna University's growth. And all these things, the credit goes to the Padma Vibhushan, Alagappa Chettiar, who established this. And all those stalwarts who had spearheaded the technical expertise and research ecosystem over the decades. And in that sense, the Anna University is indebted to Professor S Laddha for all his contributions, being the parent department for all the branches of AC Tech. So in that sense, I also join with, on behalf of Anna University, with our respected Vice Chancellor, in paying our appreciations and thanks to all those stalwarts. And it's nice that we celebrate our GS Laddha's centenary celebration, and which will inspire the present set of faculty and the students that all those stalwarts which have created the institution to this level, we should take it further. And a lot of improvements are going on in every possible way. We are also, that is thanks to the main vision of our respected Vice Chancellor, we have created a Center for Alumni Affairs to improve the alumni interactions throughout the world, because the associations are not able to especially attract foreign investment especially, whereas the university with our government background, we will be able to attract that. And a lot of establishments are coming on, a lot of improvements even now. Even our AC Tech main gate is going to be improved with a double gate very shortly. A lot of improvements are going on around. And we are going to have a research park in Anna University very shortly with about 50 crore investment. And I take a small liberty in even announcing that respected Vice Chancellor was informed me, Sri Avay Kumar of Sashan farmer. I don't know. Okay. He had already, yes, sir. He's donating 10 crores, that is, we are only taking 5 dignitaries for the establishment of this. So the first donation of the research park, out of the 5 what we are planning, comes from AC Tech. So something like this. So thanks to AC Tech on behalf of Anna University. Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to warmly welcome Professor R. Velraj, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Anna University, to deliver the presidential address.
Very good morning to one and all. Respected chief guest of this day, Dr. Mashelkar, Director General, CSIR Labs, Padma Vibhushan. Very good morning, sir. Welcome, sir, to this great event. Dr. T. Ramasami, Padma Bhushan, presently with us as Professor of Eminence. Dr. Nakul Prashar, Director, Vigyan Prasar, who have initiated such a great event. Thank you, sir. President AC Tech, Thiru Ilangovan, Vice President, Thiru Raja Srinivasan, Dr. Ravi Kumar, Registrar, Professor Jayavel, Dean AC Tech, and lot of our alumni, successful, distinguished alumni people who have done marvelous contribution throughout the country by various means. Professor Anant is here, who has done excellent contribution. Dr. Sukumar Devata, lot of not only successful scientists, this institute is famous for lot of industrial successful people. Our Shashun Chemicals, former Shashun Chemicals, who is doing lot of different things in the present era, and Dr. Mr. Murugappa Chettiar. One thing I have found out, this great institute, this university has main campus College of Engineering, which has all conventional branches, civil engineering, mechanical engineering, electronics, then computer science. This is the institute which is not still having computer science branch, because that uniqueness we want to preserve. That uniqueness is chemical, leather, textile. They initially established, which is a different kind of unique institutions you never see in our country. That's why even with a lot of requests from this institution to start establish other branches like electronics, we are not preserving that name. We want to preserve that name. The same way this MIT also different uniqueness, but this great, what I found out, there are a lot of alumni members from these 4 campuses, but very successful people are from these institutions. Lot of industrialists and other, even the scientists who have contributed became like Professor Dr. Ramasami, and a lot of eminent people who contributed a lot to this country are from this institute only. So I am very happy that DST through this Vigyan Prasar organizing such a great event, because our country now it's celebrating 75th year of independence. It's Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Through this event, through the celebration, this our government of India recalled all the unsung heroes to our young youths to inculcate patriotism among the youths. In the same way, what I am seeing this, to recall all our eminent scientists, unsung scientists, I can say, because otherwise their name will be, our youngsters cannot recall them. But through this kind of celebration, Vigyan Prasar, this Vigyan Prasar is bringing all the, whatever the contribution by our great scientists to the young youths, that will definitely motivate our youngsters to do lot of scientific contribution in the coming years. Then definitely even without this celebration, I would not have heard whatever the contributions made by GS Laddha. Now I am able to appreciate whatever the contribution he has done, it's a great personality. Normally any great leaders, they don't do the things alone. Their visions, their imagination power will be very high. People who are dedicated doing some service, always their mind, thoughts will be some imagining something, total time will be dedicated on this, and their imagination will be only on that focused field. Then only they can become a successful person. He is one such person. As our Professor Ramasami, when he told, he is not only a leader, he created several leaders. Normally any administrators, they do different things. But leaders, they do things differently. So he has, things differently means he has created, Dr. Laddha, he has created a lot of leaders. That's what I found out now. Because of his contribution only, now I'm able to see now this country's GDP in the chemical industrial sector is 7% contribution. I feel whatever the seed he has put, and all the others, his successors who have made watering on that, only the major reason for the 7% contribution of GDP in the chemical sector, I feel. That is definitely, confidently we can see that may be the reason. So such a great personality should be, it's a 100th year celebration. We are recalling, as Vice Chancellor, I am very happy among the very various functions I have attended. Today I am very happy that all eminent people are here. I am able to address in front of them. Among the various functions I have attended this last 1 year, I am very happy and proud to be here in front of all eminent personalities. And as our Professor Ramasami pointed out, his soul and spirit will be definitely here. There was a fall in the research contribution in the recent days. Definitely it will come back after this assembling of all these eminent scientists, that the greatness will come again, and definitely all our alumni also is trying to, that research and development ecosystem that will bring back this original thing in the near future, I feel. So he has received several awards. What I have seen, he has received Ambrose Congreve Award. He is the first recipient of that award. I was told any award, if it's a first recipient, means there will be a great difference between the other recipients, because many years that award was not given. Whoever is getting first recipient means his contribution in that field was enormous. After that, after some 4 or 5 years of giving these awards, they will find people to whom it should be given. But the first recipient means definitely there should be a marvelous contribution in that field. In that way, many things he has done. He was a successful leader. I can say this Indian Institution of Chemical Engineers regional center was also founded by him. So such a kind of things only successful personalities only can think in a different way. So in this context, I also want to announce something this great day, that we are planning to start this alumni center, that is center for the official, like IIT, we want to establish alumni center in our university. Now always all the AC Tech alumni will have the feel of not the Anna University, only as AC Tech. So not CEG also the same way. So that is the problem I have. So how to attract alumni? All the MIT means MITians only they want to call them. So under the Center for Alumni Affairs, we want to have different, because college-wise only they have a lot of attachment. So this under the Center for Alumni Affairs, we want to create some corpus fund for giving to give scholarship to our PhD scholars and postdoctoral students, and also to the needy students of our BE students, needy BTech students. So in that, every college, we want to create such scholarship in the eminent personalities' name. That scholarship, we want to call for the AC Tech in the name of S Laddha. So all the scholarship, which we are all the alumni who are going to contribute, all the alumni scholarship will be in the name of S Laddha, and CEG scholarship will be in the name of Mr. Korean, and the MIT scholarship will be in the name of Abdul Kalam, Mr. Abdul Kalam. So these three things we want to create, and definitely it will be this 100th year centenary celebration. It's a good beginning. Definitely a lot of alumni also will contribute for this. So many things we are trying to establish for the benefit of our students and the development of this campus. This is one such event in that name. And also I find, I was in Germany during my PhD for 2 years. So there I have seen many statues, not in the politicians' statues were not there. It's all scientist statues only were there. All streets we can see statues of scientists. So here also we should bring that culture. We should establish, I think if our Vigyan Prasar should establish that kind of culture in this country, that statues should be, that is, we should start that culture with the scientist statues. We can we should establish. If possible, I will try to make a statue in the AC Tech with the support of alumni members, this S Laddha in the coming days. So there are so many things we can talk about Dr. S Laddha. We want to hear from the chief guest and other members, alumni members who have lived with them. And if I am sure that if many of the people who are the successor of Dr. Laddha, if you are allowed to talk, then so many things we will hear. But the time is short, and I thank once again to Vigyan Prasar to start such a very good event in the country. It's definitely, as I told this, I have also did lot of things in the name of this 75th year of independence. Really, it created a lot of patriotism among the young students. And definitely this kind of motivation, this is real motivation to our young researchers, I feel, recalling our great scientists, and it is a great contribution. I once again appreciate the effort of, this is also the effort of our Professor Dr. Ramasami, I heard. I thank him in this scenario, this juncture. I thank all the alumni members and great personalities for the opportunity given. வாழ்க பாரதம், வாழிய வளமுடன்.
Thank you, sir. I now humbly request Thiru A. Ilangovan, President of the AC Tech Alumni Association, to give us an insight into REDAP, the Section 8 company, and the Dr. GSL Best Thesis Award.
Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Mashelkar, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Velraj, Registrar, Dr. Ravi Kumar, our mentor, Professor Dr. Ramasami, Dean, faculties, my fellow alumni and students. Today we are very proud to be associated with Vigyan Prasad in celebrating the birth centenary of our beloved Dr. S Laddha. He is like a god for all of us when we are there in the college. Today we are also proud to start a new chapter in the history of AC Tech. That is our journey towards making AC Tech a center of excellence. Today we are proud in signing or in the process of signing an MOU with Anna University very shortly in establishing our path in this direction. On this occasion, let us look back at the important milestones we crossed before we reached this stage. See, in the year 2019, when we launched this AC Tech Alumni Association, we took the pledge to make AC Tech the center of excellence. That is the one single pledge we took. In the years 2019 and 20, several discussions took place with alumni, industry members, researchers, faculties, and students, and everybody. And it took us a long time to crystallize what is excellence. So finally, we have come to the conclusion that we have to focus on 2-3 areas. The main focus area is going to be research, because that is a fundamental stronghold of AC Tech. We have to bring back that. Second area is entrepreneurship, because we had very eminent industrial people here, industries are here. I think we have to bring that culture back. And third area we want to do is we want to bring and support the eminent sports people and cultural prodigies. Okay, we also have not only industries and other people, we also have eminent people in the other fields also. In the year 2021, during the 77th anniversary of the AC Tech, we had 2 sessions, panel sessions, one by the leading distinguished alumni members of AC Tech, another by the leading distinguished research scholars of AC Tech. And combining all the ideas, and in February 2022, Dr. T. Ramasami, and assisted by his Dr. Jayavel and Dr. Sukumar Devota and Dr. Raghav Rao, they all prepared a principal document for strengthening the research ecosystem development in AC Tech. That's what we call REDACT in short. So the REDACT is going to be released to the faculties and the departments very soon in a very formal manner. What is REDACT stands for? We propose various activities related to strengthening the research ecosystem in AC Tech, which includes very specific actions: benchmarking study of research ecosystem by third party. Every department will be doing a benchmarking by a third party. Mentorship of research leaders, whether it is an individual researcher or a faculty or a department, we will find an appropriate mentor for that particular person. Contact with the domain experts. So we will go out into the industry and find out who is the expert who can help that particular researcher. Demand-driven research culture. So the research should result in some kind of a benefit to the state, society, or the nation. So that should be the focus. So we want to bring that kind of a culture back. And we want to bring in academy, research, and industry relationship more and more. So each one will be the primary activities of the REDACT. The Section 8 company, which is going to be launched very soon. It is in the final stages of the formation. The AC Tech Research Foundation will focus on 2 main areas: strengthening the research ecosystem in AC Tech, and second is mentoring entrepreneurship ventures in core areas. Okay, today the entrepreneurship means they think about IT and other areas, but AC Tech stands for the core areas. We would like to promote that core area research entrepreneurship. So that will be the focus. And it will be led by very eminent industrialists and research faculties from our own alumni. And they'll be the governing body for that governance. This service will be on pro bono basis. It's totally voluntary. And we'll focus on both individual excellence as well as the departmental excellence. On this memorable occasion, we are proud to institute Dr. S Laddha Best Thesis Award. This award will be awarded on annual basis for the best PhD thesis. This will be awarded in the annual day of every year. We are glad, we'll be very glad to pay our tribute to our beloved Dr. Laddha in signing the MOU with Anna University during his centenary year. That will be a real proud moment for us. We are thankful to all the people who worked tirelessly for the last few years, which include industry leaders, researchers, faculties, and our office bearers of the current as well as the past Alumni Association. They've all contributed. A special thanks to Professor T. Ramasami, Vice Chancellor Velraj, Registrar Ravi Kumar, Dean Dr. Meenakshi Sundaram, and Dr. Jayavel. We are looking forward for realizing a dream very soon, and which will make ACTech a center of excellence and make everyone proud of our great institutes built by our noble Dr. G.S. Laddha. Thank you.
Thank you for letting us know about these wonderful initiatives, sir. It's an extreme honor. Okay. It's an extreme honor to call upon Padma Vibhushan Dr. A Mashelkar, a fellow of the Royal Society, to release the coffee table book. We request Professor R. Velraj, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Anna University, to receive the first copy. Thank you, everyone. I once again humbly request Padma Vibhushan Dr. A Mashelkar to present the Chief Guest Address.
Dr. Velraj, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ramasami, Dr. G. Ravi Kumar, Dr. R. Elangavan, Dr. Raja Srinivasan, distinguished alumni who are present here, the admirers of legendary Dr. G.S. Laddha, beloved members of the Laddha family, ladies and gentlemen. I'm most grateful to you for doing me the honor to pay my humble tributes to an icon, to a legend, and I would say an institution. Individuals go, institutions remain forever. Dr. Laddha to me was an institution, and he remains. And he will remain forever, like Dr. Ramasami said. His spirit will linger on. In fact, I find a special energy, special smell in this auditorium today. You know, when you admire someone genuinely and you speak from heart, I think there is something special. I think I find this a very, very special evening indeed, because we are paying tribute to a very special individual. You know, this coffee book, I've read it from end to end, by the way. Right from the first line to the last line. It has come out wonderfully well, because each one who has contributed has written the lines which emanate right from the heart. It's really wonderful book, and I think it was a great idea, and endowed with such wonderful photographs. You know, it makes sort of a great reading, and I think this should be very widely circulated, because the life and work of this legend has to reach the young people who not have an idea about what he was. You know, while reading, I found that he got his chemical engineering degree in 1944. I was born in 1943, so I was 1 year old when he got his degree. So that is the distance that separates us. But I remember as a chemical engineering student at UDCT, University Department of Chemical Technology, and later at NCL, you remember our connects, etc., having met him. You know, he was a fantastic individual as a human. You said self-efficacy, the kind of humility, the approach he would have. I still have very distinct sort of memories of that. There are 2-3 points I'd like to make, because I'm going to give this lecture in his memory. By the way, it's interesting. On 9 June 1994, I remember giving P.V. Dankworth's memorial lecture in London. And as you know, P.V. Dankworth was a kind of a pioneer and a father of chemical engineering. And it's a coincidence that 26 August 2022, after 28 years, I am giving a lecture in the name of another legend, Dr. S Laddha. I consider myself very, very fortunate indeed. I want to make 2 or 3 points. I was talking to Professor M. Sharma, my guru. I did my PhD under him, as you know, basically. And he told me that when he was appointed, Dr. Laddha was on his selection committee. And they did something remarkable. You know what was the age of Professor Sharma when he was made a full professor? 27, correct. Where was the 10-year experience? There was none. So that appointment was done on the basis of trust, so as to say. So those days, things used to be done very differently, and Professor Sharma has proved his merit. He became the first fellow of Royal Society in engineering science ever, so as to say, you know, in the 20th century. So how do you sort of put trust in people, and then the rules go by the side? Nowadays, appearing to be right has become far more important than being right, thanks to the courts, the PILs, and the rest of it. But great leaders were always sort of born like that. You know, since I'm speaking from here, Dr. Naidumma, I must say, I remember I was in University of Salford, and I got a telex message from Dr. B.D. Tilak, who was the director of NCR. He said, go and see Dr. Naidumma in Savoy Hotel. He didn't tell me why I should see him, but he was my guru, and you always listen to your guru, you always listen to your mother, parents, etc. So I went and saw him. When I went, I never knew that I'm going to promise that I will sort of come back, because he offered me job on the spot. We just had 45 minutes of conversation, and that was all. I was barely 32. And I remember Dr. B.D. Tilak showed to me the note on which he had written in a corner, he's fantastic, grab him. And that was my appointment letter. So those days, we used to do things differently. And as Ramasami and I were discussing, what a Naidumma could do to a Mashelkar, Mashelkar could not do to another Mashelkar, by the way. The systems had changed so much. One tried to do that within CSI. So I think these were the leaders. And the most important part about him, as was repeatedly mentioned, he ran a school of leadership. In a sense, he was a leader of, among the sort of leaders. And the evidence is right here on this dais. And I'm grateful to him. Dr. Devota became NEERI director and Ramasami not only CLRI director, but Department of Science and Technology and the industry and so on and so forth. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. It was a kind of a factory of leadership, I would say, at a national level. And that makes him a specialist. The other point I want to make is that when I was going through this very carefully, but also I knew, being a sort of a chemical engineer, you know, in those early days when chemical industry was just to evolve, he was totally committed to industry. He was a great industrial consultant. And I think this is a point that needs to be emphasized, because we try to make a distinction between scientific research and industrial research. To me, there is only science and its application. In fact, yesterday was interesting. At exactly this time, I was giving a keynote address in the World Doctorates Day. There is what is called as the World Doctorate Day. And the emphasis was on how do you improve not just the quantity of research papers that we have, but the quality. Finally, that what makes a difference. Crick had just 17 papers and he got a Nobel Prize. So you don't require 170 or 1700 papers. It is what difference you make to the science, and I was talking about that. And I remember relating something, and I'm emphasizing this because there are some students here, teachers here, and others here. I remember coming back after Dr. Naidumma offered me that particular position. It used to be called assistant director at that time, by the way. And a young man of 32 was sixth in the seniority. And that was also another daring, so as to say, you know, I mean, breaking hierarchy and the rest of it. And I remember I was trained in rheology and non-Newtonian fluid mechanics, and I needed a Weisenberg rheogoniometer, model R18. It would take me 2 years to get it. Country did not have foreign exchange, digitally clearance, not manufactured in India certificate, it would take 2 years. So what do? Do I wait for 2 years? No. I always tell young people that you keep on knocking on the doors of opportunity. They don't open your own doors. So I opened my own doors. I say, what is the equipment God has given me? This. And I changed my field. I went into modeling and simulation. And I remember, once again, this is Chennai. I used to come here every month. In Manali, there was this Indian Organic Chemicals Futura factory, polyester fiber, if you remember. And I was a consultant for them. And you know that entire chain, at that time, they used to make polyester fiber by doing a batch process, transesterification, ester interchange, blending, polycondensation, etc., the entire chain. And we simulated that entire chain. They brought benefit out of that, basically, because we could improve productivity, product quality. And K. Ravindranath was my student, got his PhD thesis. 77 I started the work, 82 I got the Bhatnagar Prize, because it requires 5 years, I got that Bhatnagar Prize. Now tell me, is this scientific research or industrial research? If it is scientific research, how did the industry benefit? If it is industrial research, how did Ravindranath got his PhD thesis and I got the Bhatnagar Prize? So I think this particular emphasis, and I saw that in Dr. Laddha's thinking, sort of all the time, drawing inspiration from the problem that need to be solved, rather than those that can be solved, and that can lead to cutting-edge science. I think that was most important. So I'm absolutely delighted that we are setting up so many sort of initiatives, I mean, scholarships, this, that, and the other. But let us create a special S Laddha band. In terms of what he believed in terms of looking at industry and doing deep science, all right, which can solve those industry problems, but at the same time bring economic benefits as well as advanced knowledge and scholarship. I think the basic point is there is education, there is research, there is innovation. education disseminates known knowledge. Research creates new knowledge. And innovation converts knowledge into wealth and social good. And the three have to go hand in hand as a chain, so as to say. And therefore, the entrepreneurship issue that you talked about, which is all about wealth creation, I think they need to be sort of blended. But if the knowledge generated within the system itself can create those startups that we are talking about, and we are now talking about a new India, by the way. Until 2016-17, we used to have one unicorn per year. Unicorn, as you know, is a $1 billion market cap, $100 market cap. One unicorn a year. Now we talk about one unicorn a week. In 1921, there were 42 unicorns. Not 52, 42, but almost one. So I think we are on a different wave. India is on a different wave, as a matter of fact. So I think we should draw inspiration from what Dr. G.S. Laddha had done at that point in time and go exponential in terms of, I think we can't go linear. We can't go incremental. We have to be disruptive and be on sort of the exponential curve. And that is the spirit that we should sort of draw from Dr. G.S. Laddha. Once again, I want to thank you very much for doing me the honor. And this young man here, you know, when he wrote to me, he's one whom I have never said no to. But most importantly, little did he realize what he was doing. He was giving me one of the greatest honors of my life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. As always, every beginning has an end, and with that in mind, I would like to call upon Thiru Raja Srinivasan, Vice President of the AC Tech Alumni Association, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Nandri Marapadu Nandrandu, the Tirukkural written by the great Tamil poet Thiruvalluvar 2000 years ago, defines the importance of gratitude. Friends, with utmost happiness, the organizers, the AC Tech Alumni Association, express our heartfelt gratitude to all who made this grand inaugural event of the centenary celebration successful. Before I proceed with the individual names, let me share a personal experience for me with Dr. G.S. Laddha. I am a leather technologist, but when I was in the hostel in the final year in 1982 or 83 as the General Secretary, there were some clashes in the hostel. I had to rush to Professor Dr. Vedayan to his home, scaling the wall. And when I reached his house, he and Dr. Laddha was the director. They had a discussion, and then Professor Vedayan asked me to go and meet Dr. Laddha, who was the director. I was tense a lot because I didn't know what he was going to say because I was the General Secretary. There were clashes in the hostel. What's going to happen? What he's going to say? Whether he's going to held me responsible? What is the action? Whether he is going... And there were discussions. The police is going to be called or not called. With a lot of hesitation, I entered his room. First of all, he made me comfortable. First thing. We talked about him in other angle. I didn't expect him, Raja, what happened? When I explained him all that. Then, finally, he had very little time to decide whether to call police or whatever. Within 3-4 minutes, he said, my students, I won't call police. I won't call. And he said, what is to be done? And the decision, what he has taken, very, very simple solutions, whatever he had given. I still remember in my mind very well how I entered, the way I came out, the impression what I got about him. He is a leader beyond everything, beyond a scientist. As a director, I've seen him taking that decision on that particular, about 40 years ago. Friends, centenary celebrations do not happen often. And this centenary celebrations, we are celebrating the life of a person who built our nation. Yes, in his own way, who built the nation. I would like to begin thanking our chief guest who had flown all the way from Pune and given an excellent address to us, Dr. A Mashelkar. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence and their scintillating, motivating address. I also would like to thank our beloved Vice Chancellor, Professor R. Velraj, for his excellent address and also announcing Dr. Laddha's scholarship. And as you said, this will motivate the research ecosystem in our university. I would like to thank the person behind this celebration who had initiated this. My beloved Guru, Professor Dr. Padma Vibhushan, Dr. T. Ramasami. Anything he initiates that would be done very well, and this one, I'm sure he will be very happy that his subject research now will further push this institution. Thank you very much, sir, for initiating this. I would like to also thank Dr. Nakul Parashar, Director Vigyan Prasar, for being here and also his excellent address and also being one of the major sponsors for this event. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to thank Dean of our college AC Tech, Professor R. Jayavel, for all the support what he had given for conducting this event. I also would like to thank the former Dean, Meenakshi Sundaram, for coordinating this event. Thank you very much, sir, for all the support you had given. Friends, there are many people who are involved in this, in making this successful. However, for short of time, I won't mention all of them, but few, like the alumni members, all the alumni members, including the immediate past president Vidya. We feel still you are the president of the association. Thank you for continuing to be the inspiration you are. Also, all the other Gopi, many alumni members who have been part of this event, who have been working very hard. I would like to thank each one of them for all the support they have given to make this event successful. I also would like to thank Mrs. Laddha of R.K. Swami Advertising for all the support she had given to us. Friends, this event would not have been possible without the support of many. I would like to thank each and every one of you who made this inaugural event possible and successful. Thank you very much, friends. Wishing you all the best. Thank you. Forgive me. I would like to thank the registrar, who is a good friend of mine, for being here. Thank you very much for your support, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request everyone to rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor R. Velraj, to inaugurate the opening ceremony of the Dr. S Laddha photo exhibition.
அப்புறம் பார்க்குறோம். நீங்கள் பார்த்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் இப்போ தான் பார்க்குறோம்ல. ஒரு வருஷம் ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா மேலே ஆயிடுச்சு.
Yes, 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 yes. Okay. இங்கேதானா? கொஞ்சம் ஒன் ஸ்டெப் பேக் போங்களேன்.
நீங்கள் கொடுத்துட்டு சைடில் வந்துடுங்க.
இந்த பக்கம் திரும்பி நிற்க சொல்லுவோம் சார். இந்த பக்கம் சார் இப்படி டர்ன் பண்ணு. சார் ஃபோட்டோக்கு ஒரு போஸ்ட் பண்ணுறது சார் பக்கத்தில். சார் அந்த பக்கம் சார் ஹைட்டாக இருக்கீங்க சார். சார் கொஞ்சம் திரும்பி இந்த பக்கம் திரும்பி சார் லைட்டாக டர்ன் பண்ணுங்க சார். லைட்டாக டர்ன் பண்ணுங்க சார். அவ்வளோதான் சார். சார் சார் உள்ளே வந்துடாதீங்க. ஐயா கட் பண்ணுறேன். ஆனால் எந்த பக்கம் ஒன்று சரவண இந்த ஃப்ரேம் வேணும். இங்கே பாருங்கண்ணா, இங்கே பாருங்கப்பா.
இல்லை அங்கே பேசிட்டு இருக்காங்க.
ஓகே இப்போ இல்லை ஃப்ரேம் வந்து இப்படி தான். இந்த நேமோட சேர்த்து வச்சு வச்சுருக்கேன். இந்த இங்கே பாருங்களேன், இப்படி வச்சுருக்கேங்க. அந்த பக்கம் லைட்டு பேக் லைட் ஆகுது.
பேக் லைட்
ஆனால் கட் பண்ணிட்டு தான் இருப்பாங்க. சரி வாங்க கட் பண்ணுவோம்.
ஓகே. இல்லை சார்
கட் பண்ண போகிறாங்க. கரெக்ட் ரிப்பேர் பண்ணுறாங்க. சார் ஒரு நிமிஷம் சார், ஒரு ஃபோட்டோக்கு ஒரு போஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்க சார். சார் கட் பண்ணுற கூட போஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்க கத்திரியை வச்சு. இங்கே வாங்க சார் பக்கத்தில். சார் சார் ஒரு சார் சார் கட் பண்ணுற மாதிரி வச்சுக்கோங்க, கட் பண்ணிடாதீங்க. எடுத்து அண்ணே அண்ணே பேரோட சேர்த்து. ஓகேவா? நேமோட சார் ஓகே சூப்பர் சார். யாரோ ஃபோட்டோ எடுக்க விட்டாங்க. யாரோ ஃபோட்டோ எடுக்கிறாங்க எங்கள் ஆளுங்கண்ணா வர. பார்த்துட்டு எடுத்துருங்க. இந்த நிற்கிற மாதிரி பார்த்துட்டு பார்ப்பாங்க எடுத்துருங்க. சார் ஒரு போட்டு கூட பண்ணுங்க. பாருங்க அப்படியே சொல்ல கொடுத்துருவோம். அந்த அளவு தான் நடக்கிறப்போ வரலாம் லைவில் வரதான் செஞ்சோம். 2 கேமரா போட்டிருக்கேன். இந்த கட் பக்கம் கலர் பவுடர் போட்டேன். கலர் பவுடர் போட்டேன். ஏன்னா கலர் பவுடர் போடுறீங்க. சிங்கிள் கவரேஜ் அப்படி தான் வரும். நான் ஃப்ரேம்லேயே போட்டேன்.
Greetings to everyone present here. With a refreshing start, let's now move on to the next segment of our celebrations. The person I'm going to talk about is a renowned chemical engineer who has made several contributions in the fields of transport phenomena, modeling of polymerization reactors, and engineering analysis of non-Newtonian flows. Dr. Raghunath Anand Mashelkar was born on 1st January 1943 in Goa. He obtained a BE Chemical Engineering degree in 1966 from the University of Bombay's University Department of Chemical Technology, now popularly called as the Institute of Chemical Technology. He further received his PhD degree in 1969. Apart from being a visiting professor in several foreign universities, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar has also been seen on the board of directors of several companies such as Reliance Industries, Tata Motors, and Hindustan Unilever. He also served as a member of the Scientific Advisory Council to the Prime Minister and the Scientific Advisory Committee to the Cabinet. He has also been awarded the Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, and the Padma Vibhushan by the Government of India. Dr. R.A. Mashelkar was also the director of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research and served as a president of Global Research Alliance in the years 2007 to 2018. To add on to his already feathered cap, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar is also internationally recognized as a Fellow of Royal Society, a Fellow of the Royal Academy of Engineering, a member of the U.S. National Academy of Engineering, and a member of the U.S. National Academy of Sciences. It is an extreme honor to have you with us today, sir. I now humbly request Dr. R.A. Mashelkar to present his most awaited lecture.
Thank you very much. I consider this as a very special moment in my life to pay my tributes to a legend and icon, Dr. G.S. Laddha, and particularly this Dr. G.S. Laddha centenary lecture celebration of 100 years that have gone by, but he has left an impression as an institution himself with a spirit that we talked about in the earlier felicitation that we had earlier in the morning. So what I'm going to do is to continue with the theme that I was trying to evoke when I spoke paying my tributes to him, which I would like to call as an exponential spirit. Not incremental, not 10%, 10x. Can we have a 10x spirit where we grow exponentially? We achieve speed which has not been achieved before. We achieve scale which has not been achieved before. And speed, scale, we do it sustainably. And this is the theme in my book, Leapfrogging to Pole Vaulting. But not just bravery of leapfrogging to pole vaulting, but creating the magic of radical yet sustainable transformation. So some of my thoughts I'm going to sort of put before you. The book, Leapfrogging to Pole Vaulting, you can see Ratan Tata's remarks here. This captivating book, through its impressive assured innovation framework, shows the way forward for achieving this daunting task. And I'm very proud to say that the book received the Best Business Book of the Year award, and you can see Ravi Pandit, my co-author over here. Not bad for a scientist to write a Business Book of the Year award. And the reason it received it will be obvious to you, because we are now talking about a new paradigm of doing things which have not been done before. You know, I retired as Director General of CSIR in 2006. So that is 16 years ago, and you might be wondering, what am I doing during the last 16 years? So there are a few things that I've been doing. Of course, I keep my academic interests. I've been Sir Louis Matheson Distinguished Professor at Monash University for the last 15 years. Also at Harvard University during 2007 to 15. and some amount of research activity. I've been Chancellor of institutes like my own alma mater or Geo Institute or ACSR, etc., etc. That's the academic part. But one of the things that I have done is, having joined several boards, I'm trying to promote the research and innovation culture in these institutions, I mean, in these industrial enterprises wherever I am. So I've been on the Reliance board, on Tata Motors board, Hindustan Unilever board, Thermax board, and so on and so forth, KPIT Technologies board. And everywhere one has tried to see how we can talk about organic growth through an innovation-led creation of an enterprise, so as to say, bringing innovation not to the periphery, but to the core. One of them is the Reliance, and I've been the chairman of the Reliance Innovation Council, and you can see here the members. Mukesh Ambani, the chairman himself, was a member of the Innovation Council. Organic growth itself through an innovation-led creation of an... Bill Hasseltine, who created the genome science. Gary Hamel, he replaced C.K. Prahlad, by the way. Earlier it was C.K. Prahlad who was a member. And George Whitesides from Harvard, many of you may know, he's the highest cited scientist in the world. His H-index approaches close to 200, by the way. But the market cap of his companies is close to $30 billion. Saraswati and Lakshmi going together. So it's something that is sort of amazing. So in this council, we talk about what is the next wave, how one can ride that next wave, but also not waves created by others, how we create waves ourselves, so as to say, you know. And in that conversation, I remember we decided to create a Reliance Innovation Leadership Center, and you can see Mukesh here. And the idea there was, the tagline was growth is life. Of course, if you don't start growing, then you're not alive. But it was innovation as a way of life. So if you combine the two, it becomes innovation-led growth. And it is not just innovation-led growth. It has to be innovation-led exponential growth. Now, if you want to achieve exponential growth, you cannot do it through incremental innovation. It has to be disruptive innovation. It has to be game-changing innovation, all right? So from growth is life to actually talking about disruptive innovation-led exponential growth becomes the choice. Now there, I remember Mukesh and I had an interesting discussion. He said, Doc, he was talking about something, that's not important. He said, Doc, we must leapfrog. I said, do you know why the frog leaps? He said, I have some vague idea, but tell me. So I told him, frog leaps because he's afraid of the predator. And he jumps a few feet, and again a few feet, and again a few feet, just to protect himself. Right? That is reactive. Should we be doing that? Should we be afraid of our competitors and do that? Or should we pole vault? The size of the pole is the size of your aspiration. All right? And you can go very far if you raise the level of that aspiration. That was the idea. And that is where we said, why don't we create a leadership program? And that leadership program was to create 100 pole vaulting innovation leaders. And the program was called Beyonders, by the way. What would those people do? We'll give them massive opportunities through growth initiatives. Set unreasonable goals, not reasonable, okay? Then challenge the conventional wisdom. It is very easy to get extraordinary people to do extraordinary things. Can we make ordinary people to do extraordinary things, all right? Then suffer from divine discontent. No matter what you achieve, you know, my best is yet to come, so as to say, that spirit. And convert adversity into an opportunity. But most important was creating an exponential value. Now, here, when you say pole vaulting, did they do pole vaulting? You can see here, if you look at the mobile data and its consumption, this is where India was, and this is where after Jio came, it jumped. So India pole vaulted from 155th position to number 1 position in mobile data usage in February 17, and we continue to be number 1. What is the point? We did not leapfrog from 155th to 100. We pole vaulted from 155th to number 1, basically, all right? That is the basic idea. And it was not that. Pole vaulting changed the game. For example, 4G Voltiphone, $300 to $23. Data per GB, cheapest in the world, dropped by a factor of almost 50. And voice expenditure was the lowest in the world, which was brought again down to close to 0. So you can see the change of the game. But the issue again in pole vaulting is the speed at which you do it, all right? And the scale that you achieve. So let's say the scale is 50 million customers. How much time does it take? If you see telephone, it took 50 years. Mobile took 12 years. YouTube took 4 years. Facebook took 3 years. Twitter took 2 years. Reliance did it in 83 days. So that is the kind of world record. Now you might say, oh, if you have deep pockets, you can always do that. No. Later on, I will show you what kind of innovation was done basically to achieve these kinds of results. The basic point is that you can achieve things at speed, scale that are unheard of. Then the characteristics and impact of pole vaulting innovation. The first is it causes a revolution, not just renovation. All right, and you can see what kind of revolution we are talking about. It is new to the world, not just to company or country. We are very fond of saying, first time in Pune, first time in Chennai, first time in Tamil Nadu, first time in Maharashtra, first time in India. No. Can we say first time in the world? That is the basic issue. Unprecedented cost performance features, not just marginal cost or feature improvement, not 10%, as I said, 100%. And then entirely new products and services, not just tinkering of the existing ones. And most importantly, going for next practice, not best practice. I'm not very fond of best practice, by the way. Because when you say best practice, you are copying somebody's best practice. You are following him. You have to create the next practice which others will follow. Can we do that? That is basically the issue. And I will demonstrate to you that it can be done. In my mother's name, 11 years ago, I created this A Mashelkar Inclusive Innovation Award. There's a very interesting story about it. Ramasami knows that I was in Delhi and my mother was in Pune. And during the weekend, I used to come Friday night. And Saturday, Sunday, I used to be in the lab. And Sunday night, I used to go back. I was doing my, in fact, some of my, I want to tell the Honorable Vice Chancellor that some of my best productivity in research was when I was the DG of CSR, by the way. Because then you work harder, you realize the importance of time, so as to say. And anytime I would go, whatever cash I would have, I would give it to her. And when she passed away on 17 November 2006, my daughter Shruti was looking at her cupboard and the saris and so on and so forth, and she found all that money tucked there, you know. And she had written a little note saying that, don't forget our beginnings, do something for the poor. As probably many of you know, I was born in a very poor family in Goa. My father died when I was 6. My mother brought me to Mumbai. She could barely read and write. She did practically menial work to bring me up. 2 meals a day was a challenge. I studied under street lights, walked barefoot until I was 12, and it was a 60 rupee scholarship from Tata's, which helped me sort of to continue. So that was my beginning. And therefore she said, remember that, and do some science to help the poor. That's all that she said. And that was the time I had got some big science awards. So I put that and plus my own money created sort of a fund and started giving a small award, 1 lakh per award. But the idea was that we should not be looking at the best practice. We should be looking at the next practice. This is the 11th year of the award. And those of you who are interested, please have a look at this civil society. They have done a cover page story on the 11 awardees on what they have been able to do and what they have been able to sort of achieve. Let me take you through this that in India, young people can create the next practice and not best practice, not follow, but lead. Let me take you through some examples. For example, Mishkin Ingaware, he created a rupees 10 test, non-invasive for hemoglobin. Look at, for example, you can see Vaishali here, my wife, by the way. And let me take you through some examples. For example, Mishkin Ingaware, he created a rupees 10 test, non-invasive for hemoglobin. Look at, for example, you can see Vaishali here, my wife, by the way. And let me take you through some examples. For example, Mishkin Ingaware, he created a rupees 10 test, non-invasive for hemoglobin. Look at, for example, you can see Vaishali here, my wife, by the way. And let me take you through some examples. For example, Mishkin Ingaware, he created a rupees 10 test, non-invasive for hemoglobin. Look at, for example, you can see. Why? Because they thought it was precious. So he said, thank you, don't give the blood. I will use something which is non-invasive. And he created it, cost per test not 150 rupees, but just 10 rupees. And he created this touch one H1B, where you can just put your finger and it will read it out in few seconds, by the way. But then again, when something becomes the best practice, somebody will come and take you over. So you have to keep on innovating. And therefore, this was the first version that he created, and then he created a spectacular second version. And by the way, here he used photoplethysmography, spectrophotometry, advanced software. See, this is the big issue. He used high technology, all right? Making high technology work for the rich, very easy. Making low technology work for the poor, very easy. Making high technology work for the poor is very difficult. That's what you see here, okay? And then he displaced his own technology, creating this camera, which actually captures the picture of conjunctiva and uses the method of reflectance photometry to estimate the hemoglobin content accurately in the blood. And he has screened over 1 million and it's growing strong. What is the implication of this, Dr. Ramasami? We talk about village health. We talk about hemoglobin, lack of nurses, clinics, this, that, and the other. All that the villages would need is this camera, where you go and look, and your hemoglobin content. This is a disruptive technology. This is a game-changing technology. This is the next practice technology, so as to say. And there is an affordable excellence here. Normally when we say affordable, it can't be excellent, excellent, it can't be affordable. But this is highly accurate as well as very, very affordable. Let's move on to the ECG monitor. If you want to take ECG, you will go to the hospital, lie down there, okay, and then 12 leads, and those of you who have taken it will know how much time it takes, etc. That was the best practice? No. Next practice, which is a portable ECG, which you can carry here, and the way it works is a device. I wish I had brought it here, I just forgot about it. So all that you do is that it is half the size of a smartphone, basically. You put your 2 thumbs for 15 seconds. This is your heart. There is a sensor at the corner. Above the heart, 15, 15, 15 seconds. 15, 15, 15 seconds. And if you have downloaded an app called Sanket, it will go to your mobile. What does it mean? If there is an old woman in a village and suddenly she has a pain in the heart, and then you don't have to put her in a bullock cart or a motorcycle or a jeep and take several kilometers. If connectivity is provided, and the government keeps on promising they will to the villages, you can quite clearly see what will happen. Right from there, the best sort of expert in Chennai or Pune or Mumbai can actually sort of have it. And at what cost? Practically nothing. Look at this. This was the earlier device, by the way, Sanket 1.0. And 2 lakh devices have been sold in 8 nations. This is US FDA certified. There are patents on that. And this is the device, and now he has created a new one, 2.0, that you can see here, which is capable of taking single lead, 6 lead or 12 lead medical grade sort of ECG. It can be absolutely transformative as far as we are concerned. Let's look at another best practice to next practice. Best practice is biopsy, mammography, painful. Okay. Can we make it differently? And this is what Mirsha has done. IBRACE exam, low cost tactile sensor that measures tissue stiffness difference in real time, non-invasively and without pain. That is ultra portable, accurate, minimal training, wireless and cloud connected. You can see the difference it can make now. All right. So therefore, what has happened is that UE Life Sciences, his company, and GA Healthcare, they have announced a pivotal global partnership, and it will go to now 25 countries. And over 500 million women is what he's targeting. He's not quite there, by the way. I think he's just 5-6 million. But it's good to set a good target and say that I will sort of go there. This is just $1, all right, and completely non-invasive. Let me come to, see, what I also did was I started giving awards which were pertinent to the times. For example, in 2019, when we were celebrating 150 years of Gandhiji's birth centenary, I created a special award, and that went actually, you know, to some Kerala college engineering boys. There are a number of engineering students who I'm mentioning. What did they do? They looked at the manual scavengers, and they were dying, as you know, in their 30s, as a matter of fact. The stench was so much they would drink, and they would have all sorts of problems and so on and so forth. And they said, why should there be, the idea of manhole itself is repulsive. Because manhole means man in the hole. Why should a man be in the hole? It should be machine in the hole. And they created robots, by the way. Okay? And those robots actually go and clean. Then you will say, but what about those poor people? They will lose their job. No. They train them as robot operators. Now you can imagine that manual scavengers, son or daughter in school, what does your father do? They would put their head down and say manual scavenger. Now what they will say? They will put their head up and say he's a robot operator. And I'm very happy to say that one thing led to the other, because one of the Rajya Sabha MP was there during the 17th November we give these awards, and he took it actually to Delhi, and now there is a new bill that is actually coming up, you know, banning manual sort of scavenging and so on and so forth. I always say science must solve, technology must transform, and innovation must impact. And you can see the impact in terms of finally sort of a policy making. So that year we gave the award, additional award, so 2 awards, one for this. Then when it came to COVID, we created additional award for somebody who had done something spectacular for COVID, okay? And here is the interesting part. The collapse of healthcare infrastructure, distressing news on 15 January 2021. What was that? The situation here is dire. Every minute, 10 people test positive for COVID-19. Every 8 minutes, someone dies. Ambulances circle for hours, unable to find ERs that can accept patients. Hospitals are running out of oxygen. ICU capacity is 0. Patients lie in hallways and tents. Where do you think this must have been? You would obviously think it must be India or Africa or somewhere. Where do you think? Can you believe it was in Los Angeles? This headline is from Los Angeles, okay? Now, therefore, and it has happened, of course, in several Indian cities. We saw that people were dying in ambulances, all right? So the challenge now is that the best practice of current stationary ICUs in hospitals is not working because they are full. So can you create a next practice that is of a bed at any home being converted into a stand-up ICU, for example, where you can measure all the critical parameters? It's an interesting challenge, isn't it? That was exactly what was done by Mudit Dandavate and his colleague, who got the Anjani Mashelkar Award in 2020. So what is it? You can see the system up there, which you can slip under the board, you can unfold it. It's a IoT-based, sensor-based system, which you can put in. below the bed. And what it does actually, as you can see, it has 98.4% accuracy in critical medical parameters, 20x cheaper than products used in ICU, no maintenance, consumables, etc., and you do remote monitoring. You can quite clearly see what it is. They will say it sounds fancy, but has it been actually used? Yes, it has been used all across India now. And there are 6,600 beds that have been upgraded in 323 hospitals. And you can see the kind of benefits that you have. For example, the nurse, which could deal with only 6 patients, can now deal with 16, 20, 30, because there is a sort of remote monitoring, because that is one of the things that we basically lose out. But here I must tell you the challenge part of it. The challenge part of it was that people were dying in ambulances, but when he went to public hospitals and said, this is what we can do, one, they did not have budget here, so they wouldn't buy. Secondly, those who had budget, they said, no, tendering process. Now you know what is tendering process, how many months it will take and by which time it will die. So we were talking and I said, forget about it. We'll go to high net worth individuals whose heart is in the right place, corporate social responsibility and so on. And Ramasami, Alan Finkel, who was the chief scientist of Australia, like a principal scientific advisor, he gave $10,000. So we went all over. And that is how these came. And now that they have become successful, the private hospitals are sort of going. So there is this particular challenge in India. Talent, technology, and trust. Trust is the issue. All right. How do we give an opportunity to these young people? In fact, there is another A Mashelkar Inclusive Innovation Awardee. I must tell you the story. Naveen Khanna. He created a dengue test. I hope none of you have had dengue, or if you have had, you know that it takes 1 to 2 days to get to know whether you are dengue and at what stage it is. Naveen Khanna from ICGB created something which can detect it in 15 minutes. And also at what stage. Again, US FDA approved, US certificate, everything. Nobody would buy it. Why? We are importing from South Korea, from Australia, and from US. Then came the pandemic. All the kids were getting exhausted. Again, we went import. 2 countries said no, in that short time we can't give. South Korea said, we will. They loaded it on the ship, which unfortunately, or fortunately, did not come to India. It went to Africa. So what happened? We had no kits. We had no other option to go for Naveen Khanna's. Naveen Khanna's market share at that time was 0%. Today it is 80%. Had that ship come, he would have been still 0%. So I think that is what I mean by talent, technology, and trust. Okay? In fact, there is a very interesting cartoon I had seen, R.K. Lakshman. There's an eye doctor, and that doctor is examining the patient. And he says, sir, there is a particle in your eye. Should I take it out? I'm asking because it's a foreign particle. I think that mindset we have to change. All these 4 that I've showed are startups, by the way. All of them are doing great business because they're exporting and so on and so forth. But they actually are special because innovation, compassion, and passion. They are doing something. I always say, engineer without empathy is no engineer. They're empathetic. I want to proudly present this to you. Because these are just 4 winners, by the way. Please go through civil society and you will see so many other things that they have been able to do. I think the next point that comes up is the following. Here I am. I'm saying go and pole vault and so on. So somebody, while I was writing the book, said, how do you make sure that when you pole vault, you don't break your back? Okay? So how do you assure success? And that is where the 3rd chapter of the book actually gives that how do you don't you break your back and how you have success. There are parameters which are very critical. First is affordable, scalable, sustainable, universal in a sense user-friendly, resilient, excellent in technology, and distinctive. Not me too, by the way. We are very fond of doing me too. You know, all these parameters, by the way, can be measured and quantitative. Now, when I say sustainable, there are few parameters. The first is economical. Don't depend on subsidies. It has to be a standalone, successful business. Government changes, subsidies change. You can't base your business on that. Second, environmental. Anything that is not green will not be accepted. Third, societal. Society must accept it. There are a number of technologies, but society doesn't accept. Whether it is nuclear, onshore wind, GMO, you know, whole range of things. The next is, it can change with politics, it can change with policy. So how do you become sort of immune to that? In fact, you will see in this book, there is a table that we have shown where there were successful businesses at one point in time, but they all don't exist today. For example, Napster, BlackBerry, Palm Pilot, and so on and so forth. BlackBerry, some of you, you belong to my generation, to young people don't know BlackBerry. It was highly successful. But if you look at the assured matrix, it failed to be distinctive because they were still sticking on to their keyboard. When the touch technology had come and the rest of it, etc., they don't exist. So in the same way, if you look at Napster, for example, what was Napster? Free download of music, right? And they had a huge 80 million users. They don't exist today. Why? Because if you look at the assured story, it was not sustainable because they said, the Society of Musicians said, you can't download my music free. Okay? And they don't exist today. So each of the parameters in the assured framework becomes very, very important indeed. Now, so I want to say that assured is not a static but a dynamic parameter, and it changes with time. So every day morning when we get up, we pray. Every day morning we have to check assured parameter, am I assured today? Because the way the technology changes, the competition changes, government policy changes, new technologies come up, and so on and so forth. So if you look at Jio, for example, is it affordable? Yes. 4 rupees per GB, cheapest in the world. Voice free, cheapest in the world. Is it scalable? Yes. It has 450 million users today. Is it sustainable? Yes. It is doing good business. Is it universal, user-friendly? Yes. You can see the photograph. Both these ladies coming from completely different social strata are using it. Is it rapid? Yes. I showed to you 50 million customers in 83 days. Is it excellence? Yes. 4G LTE, the best technology. When India was struggling with 2G and 3G, it was 4G LTE that was given. And finally, distinctive, of course it is. So you can see that matrix. And then you can look at others, like Google Glass. Was it distinctive? Yes. Was it excellence? Yes. High technology. Was it affordable? No. And therefore it was not scalable. Was it user-friendly? No. Because when you are using Google Glass, you did not know whether you are recording the speech, or if you enter a cinema theater, you did not know whether you are downloading the movie, and so on and so forth. It was failed. Google can also fail, by the way. So this becomes a very important parameter. And then resilience, I said. Why is it important now? We have less historical precedent for understanding of today's challenges, and that demands a new dimension of resilience. We had COVID, we thought we are done with it. Then came Ukraine. It's still not done. Maybe not Taiwan. We don't know. All right? So despite what happens anywhere, how do you remain resilient? So there is individual resilience, each one of us, team resilience, organizational resilience, and national resilience, societal and national resilience. That's what we have to build. So how do we become crisis resilient? There is a 10 tenets of resilience, basically. In fact, that is a full 1 hour lecture, by the way, which I'm unable to give. But if you are interested, go to Monash University website. This year, I was there in April and May. I gave series of lectures. It was, and second lecture was on this, 10 tenets of resilience. And what are those? Adaptability. Obviously, when sudden change takes place, you have to adapt. Agility, you have to do with speed. Resilient strategic thinking, for example, is very, very critical. Scenario-based planning, it has to be purpose-driven because the alignment is totally towards a purpose platformization, digital transformation, fostering self-disruption, climate consciousness, and autonomous innovation. These are the basic factors. On each one of these, by the way, there is a lot of detail. But let's look at just business resilience. That's the ability of business to withstand, adapt, thrive in the face of shocks that are internal as well as external. And you can see that in the, and I know that there are a number of industry people here. In 2019, corporate resilience ranked low on the board agenda. As you can see, it is the least on your left-hand side, correct? The other things, but after COVID, in 2020, corporate resilience became one of the major topics on the board's agenda, as you can quite clearly see. In fact, the substance of my talk in Monash, and particularly we are talking about AC Tech now, is the following. Resilience as a subject has to get into the engineering curricula now, all right? I mean, we talk about resilient engineering in a different sense of the way, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking in terms of 10 tenets. When our students enter, for example, industrial enterprises, because these shocks or changes, they are not one time, they will continuously happen. And therefore, the skills that one talks about, by the way, the top 5 skills I would say, besides domain knowledge, have to be, the first one has to be able to deal with the VUCA word, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. So dealing with complexity has to be at the top. Then comes critical thinking. Then comes emotional intelligence. Then comes cognitive flexibility. And then comes co-working. Co-working, not just man and man, or a woman and woman, but a man and a machine, by the way. It is cooperation with the machine. It is not man versus machine. It's a wrong dialogue. It has to be man and machine. So these are the skills that we actually require. And you can see the end-to-end digital transformation is very critical, the tenet 7, because here you can say that in terms of productivity, in terms of sustainability, agility, the kind of benefits that you can get are quantified here. But here I want to make a point, particularly from Indian perspective. We talk about digital transformation, and what do? We take some part of what we are doing and so-called computerize it. I'm sorry, that is not transformation. That's what I'm saying here, like a caterpillar, making it a faster caterpillar. That's what you don't want. You want to convert a caterpillar into a butterfly. So the transformation has to be total, so as to say. It cannot be. And that includes the education system. That includes AC Tech. That includes your enterprise. That includes the nation, by the way. And nation is already reaping some benefits of that. I think we have to understand that. And of course, tenet 10 is innovation. In fact, I say that during crisis, this was a key to faster recovery. And those who did not only did through crisis innovations outperform the crisis by 10%, but they also outperformed the market by upward of 30%. So these 10 tenets of resilience, please do have a look at that lecture. We'll describe, it's a 1 hour lecture actually, more than 1 hour lecture. It describes what it is. And just think about it, how to incorporate it in our sort of courses. I think this is going to be very important. Now I come back to the assured framework. I started using it when, our Honorable Prime Minister talked about Swachh Bharat Mission and gave us targets of reaching defecation-free India by 2019, which was wonderful. And then the issue was getting the best drinking water and sanitation technologies, all right? And I became the chairman of that particular committee. And NEERI got involved, former director of NEERI is here, Dr. Devota. And we started creating the matrix. So anything that will come, so there is no hand-waving, perception-based sort of selection, but actual quantitative selection. And that included the assured matrix that NEERI created for that purpose, was first affordability, where you start looking into the details of CapEx, OpEx, cost of water, then the scalability in terms of whether there is a retrofitting possibility and so on. In each case, there are specialties: sustainability, universality, rapid, excellence, and distinctive. So if you today go to the Jal Shakti Ministry's website and you want to push your technology, you will have to give information in this particular form. So there is a complete sort of transparency in terms of this. And this also helps people, because they know where they are deficient and how we should sort of move through it. Assured is a matrix which has to be designed for a purpose. For example, it is a decision support matrix in terms of enterprises, for example. The affordability, the current price and percentage reduction unit price compared to available alternatives, etc., etc. Scalability, sustainability. These are the business matrices that one need to create in order to do the assured evaluation. This Byju's, for example, which has become a great success. We did an analysis for them because there was this Bombay Management Association. I was the chairman of the committee to select the assured enterprise because they want to push the assured as a matrix. Please understand, when we talk about TRL, technology readiness level, it is technology readiness level for current business as of now. Okay, you may be successful today. Would you be in the future? That TRL can't tell you. Assured tells you, because assured starts looking at all those particular parameters. That's the training we need to basically give. So we started this particular award for BMA, and this was the 2019 winner, and this was the assured matrix that we actually gave, and there was a quantitative evaluation that was done, and this continues, by the way. Now, actually many startups are using that. If you go to the incubator, some of them are wearing these kinds of t-shirts. Are you sure you are assured? Which is wonderful for them. Which is wonderful for them because bulk of the time the startups are in love with their technology. They don't look at the business and the future, basically. That becomes important. And I'm very happy to say that it has spread around the world. Research institutes are using it, CSIR, some of the labs, NEERI, CSM, CRI. My own institute, ICT, uses it. Monash University, I have found, use it. There's so many other. Startups are using it, like, for example, Venture Center, Pune. SMEs are using it. Corporates, TCS, for example, KPIT Technologies, they are using it. Investors are using it for funding making funding decisions, so as to say. Then innovation accelerator, like corporate accelerators, like Geogenic, they are using it. The government development agencies, like Drinking Water Sanitation, then Skill Development, Maharashtra State Innovation Society. Then industry associations are using it, like Bombay Management Association, JSW Foundation, and Niti Aayog, some part of it. I think the point is that it has to be designed. In fact, Ramasami, I was telling somebody, why do we need a 60-page innovation policy? All that we do is to say, assured. And then you deep dive into each. Like, for example, D, distinctive. We give big talks in terms of improving the quality of research and that and the other, etc. And that distinctive part, including the strength of IP that we generate, whether you have big patent, strong patent, etc. That D in the assured itself is 20 pages, right? Rapid, speed, government processes being what they are, bureaucracy kills, right? So how do you, so there are so many factors. So I think all that we need is a 7-letter national innovation policy, which is assured. That's it. It takes care of everything. In fact, I must tell you a joke. I gave in 2018 the K.R. Narayanan Memorial Oration in Canberra. And the education minister presided over that. And during dinner, he was giving a speech. And I had presented assured for the first time there. Of course, it was in the book. And his afternoon speech was interesting. He said, let us use assured for Australian higher education system. As you know, their third highest income is by higher education. Is it affordable? Is it scalable? Is it sustainable? Because the new students, the way it will come, and that resilience part of it, you know, the changes take place, China students don't come, etc., that happens, etc. And in fact, I'm very proud to tell you that there were 4 people from Australia who came at different levels. They wanted to understand the Azure framework to use in their AISRF, the Australia, India Science Research Foundation, etc. So this is a good way to sort of move forward. I will now come to the last part, which is leadership. We talked a lot about leadership. So how do we create pole vaulting leaders which jump beyond the rims of possibilities? Because it is all up here. You are taking risks, okay? So how do you do that? I think the most important part is that when you are running, there are speed breakers. Because in pole vaulting, what happens? You start, then you accelerate, and your acceleration allows you to go higher up. But supposing you are running, and suddenly there is a speed breaker, you have to stop and come back, or slow down your speed, jump over, etc. So what are the speed breakers? These are about mindset, which are, oh, it's too risky. Oh, suppose it fails. We are always afraid of failure. Impossible, never done before. This kind of presentation I did not give 20 years ago, 10 years ago. I'm doing it now, no? Never done before means what? That is one of our tendencies. Or somebody has tried it already, and if your English is good, you are scared, you will say, let me play devil's advocate. What we have to do is, if you are having boardroom discussion, put these 5 outside the board, on the wall, and say anybody who utters any of these is out, basically. Unless you do that, you can't. So that is the first part. Then common speed breakers that reduce kinetic energy, complacency. Oh, I'm doing very well by Kodak. You remember? They were making a lot of money. They were the ones who had the breakthrough on digital printing. Aram said, no issue. Do they exist today? They don't. All right? Because they didn't take advantage of the new technology. They were comfortable with their bottom lines and top lines. That is complacency. Cynicism, always new technology, no? Kya hai? Risk aversion, vested interest, internally as well as outside, by the way. Bureaucracy, the biggest killer. Restrictive regulations, many times you want to do business. That has been our problem, no? Doing well in terms of business, we have been talking about it. No, it's still not there. There is a lot that we need to do. And policy limitations. Yeah. And it is not us. It happens everywhere. Like, for example, Microsoft CEO Steve Ballmer, when iPhone came, he said, "Arey, $500, fully subsidized, with a plan." I said, that's the most expensive phone in the world. And it doesn't appeal to business customers because it doesn't have a keyboard, which makes it not a very good email machine, because you are just thinking about email. He could not realize what your iPhone is able to do today. And I know Steve Ballmer because Microsoft External Research Advisory Board, I was there on their board from 2007 to 2012. Great man. But look at this frailty. So this is sort of a challenge. But we have to create pole vaulting leaders. What are their characteristics? They will find opportunities where others see nothing. Convert problems into an opportunity. They will set quantum goals. They will drive discontinuity. They will bet on risky ideas. That is very, very important. And I think something special about them, they do not know that it cannot be done, and they see what everyone sees, but think of what no one else thinks. These are the kinds of leaders that we need to create. The key drivers in all this finally, as I said, talent, technology, and trust. Let me tell you an interesting story. As I told you, I was on the Microsoft External Research Advisory Board from 2007 to 2012. Once I and Bill Gates, no, it was not me. There was a dinner that was hosted in Delhi. And I remember Nandan Nilekani was there, and Arun Maira and Anand Mahindra and so on. And we had a discussion. And Bill Gates said something interesting. He said, that he was giving the Harvard University's commencement address. And he declared himself as the most successful dropout from Harvard, which he was, right? And then he told us a story that, when I was just 18 or something, the computer, this thing was just starting, hardware, they were building in Albuquerque, one company. So he said, if they're building hardware, they will require software. So he called them. And while calling, he said that I knew that they will keep the phone down. 18-year-old offering software, early beginnings of that day, how do you trust him and so on. You know what they said? They said, we are not ready as yet. Come after a month. And you know what Bill Gates told us? Thank God, they said come after a month. I did not have the software that I was offering them. What does that mean? That society is such that they had a trust in a young man, and the young man had a trust and confidence in him. How do we build that? I think that is going to be the crux of the matter. Then we have done experiments in betting on risky ideas. All of you know that from CSR. In NCL, I did the kite flying fund. Chance of success, 1 in 100, will support it. It was incredible, And there was a big competition. You remember that? There was a big competition, and when people won, they were bad saying that I sort of basically won that. Then when I went to CSR, I created a new idea fund. Didn't want to call it kite flying fund. Parliament was just 1 kilometer away. All right? Public funds being used for kite flying and the rest of it. Parliament question. No. We called it New Idea Fund. And it is amazing. From CLI, Chandrakumar got that spin computing. He got 2 US patents on that. That was a part of that. Basically, he was ahead of time. But of course, we did not have the ecosystem to take it forward. But there were breakthroughs of that kind. And then, in the public-private, we created what is called as the New Millennium Indian Technology Leadership Initiative. And what was that initiative? It was about betting on risky ideas. And of course, Indian private sector also, they created Daring to Try, Dare to Dream, Mahindra, Beyonders, Reliance, etc., etc. But our program, was India's biggest public-private partnership, talent technology trust, GAN challenges, bold financial instruments. Giving money to private sector from government is a no-no, right? Here we were giving money for a big cause that will serve the nation. And not just best practice, but next practice. So this is the most important part. Look at the positioning of Nimitli. If you look at market certainty and if you look at technology certainty, India had always operated in that quadrant where technologies were certain and markets were certain. No risk. Nimitli said nothing doing. We'll move in an area where technologies are uncertain and markets are uncertain. So if you see, 2002 we started a hydrogen program. Nobody talked about hydrogen 20 years ago, by the way. We started it then and invested. And then industry participation from the beginning we got, then several stages, methyl reformer for hydrogen production and so on and so forth. We went through these. All that we spent was around 200 crore. I have shown 20 million Australian dollars because this was a part of the presentation to the Australian guys, by the way. That's why I showed 50 million. Because they should also realize how cheaply such things actually can be done, because they were very interested in the Nimitli model to sort of try them. And you can see the benefits that we had. For example, people like Dr. Ashish Lele, they created that PM 3 kW PM system, proton exchange membrane. This car was launched, and you can see the launches done by the ex-president and ex-minister of science and technology. But you would say, we have seen enough of these launches, like this and photograph. What about actual practice? I'm very proud to show you the next slide. KPIT, NCL and SICRI has developed the first hydrogen fuel cell bus, you know, and just read below. This technology would cost around $400 per kilowatt compared to 1,000 to 1,200. Affordable excellence. India always, you know, I'm a 10x guy, 10 times better, 10 times cheaper, and so on and so forth. It's a cutting edge technology, doing thousands of kilometers. This was launched in December 2021, to be precise, 16 December. And we are very happy to have the Honorable Minister visit us in Pune about a week ago, 21 August. You can see Ashish Lele here. He was very happy with the way it is going because the government is getting a push. What does it all mean? It means, I always said, Make in India can't be just assembled in India. Make in India has to be invented in India and made in India. This is what it is. And if this technology proves itself, and there's no reason why it should not prove, it is doing thousands of kilometers of run at the moment, then what the Prime Minister says, make in India for the world, that can also become possible. But when did we begin? We began 20 years ago. You have to start investing into the future. And that's why I'm not very happy. We keep on talking about R&D funding. 1998, we were 0.68% R&D, GDP per capita. Today, we are 0.68% R&D. You would say, but GDP has gone up, money has gone up. No. The other countries have moved from 0.68% to 2%, 3%, 5%. When China says they are investing around 3%, they are also 5 times richer, so they are investing 15 times more. Please understand that. Today we had vaccine, for example, Covaxin, and Ramasami, you will remember what TST supported, DBT supported Krishna Ella at the time. That's why we have that. That's why we can talk about 200 crore doses and so on and so forth. So invest, invest, and invest. Trust, trust, and trust. These have to be sort of the key points. And actually, I want to also emphasize that the assured is only when you do a total innovation. It's not just technology innovation, business model innovation, system delivery innovation, workflow innovation, process innovation, organization innovation, and policy innovation. I don't know when in AC Tech, when you are teaching innovation, whether you consider all these or not, but they become even far more important than the technology innovation, by the way. So you must do that. And actually, for example, if you look at emerging business model innovation, the cost model or the experience model or the platform model, they are the ones which are actually making difference. Finally, I think the mood of the nation is changing. We are a country who was a follower, right? Then we took pride in the fact that we are fast followers. Any new drug molecule comes anywhere, within 18 months we'll create it here. Of course, we are protected. We are protected because we did not have product patent. We had process patent, legitimate. And that is how the generic industry brought up. And that is how we became the pharmacy of the world. Nothing wrong in that. But I think there is a time now that we must lead. So in 2000, when we started New Millennium Indian Technology Leadership Initiative, leadership was in capital letters. We all put leadership in capital letters. All right? That's very important. And then, as I said, not leapfrogging, but pole vaulting. That's very important. Rapid change, speed, scale, etc. Are we doing it? Our Prime Minister himself has said, for example, the time for incremental change is long over. The current age is one that requires transformational change that comes only with drastic policy reform. He's actually talking about our pole vaulting, by the way, without using those words. But I was very pleased to see this. Late General Bipin Rawat, we are given the sort of YouTube link. Somebody had given us him the book Leapfrogging to Pole Vaulting. He loved it, actually. And he talked about the book. And he said, time has come to move from leapfrogging to pole vaulting. So what is happening is that this particular idea of the exponential, of the change, of the speed, of the scale is actually sort of penetrating. Are we doing it? Let us look at the corporates. I had promised you that 50 million customers in 83 days was not done because of deep pockets of Mukesh. There are a lot of innovation. What was the innovation? The first to the world, they did that 100% IP, infinitely scalable, elastic network, can be scaled up to 1 trillion GB per month. That was one. Secondly, ideas from others, like Aadhaar-based sign-up, 100% paperless activation in 15 minutes, not 3-4 days, 15 minutes. Second, more than 1,000 geo centers inspired by post offices. That was the model that was used. Third, micropiling used to dig 17 feet in 6 hours for smaller footprint than the conventional towers. So completely borrowing from other field and using it. Then horizontal directional drilling and micro-trenching technology for laying optical fiber without digging up streets. That was very important because that's what you see, no? When you have that. And 2 days to set up a tower, including connecting fiber, power supply, etc. That was incredible space. So there was innovation everywhere. Delivery innovation, SIM cards were home delivered with the help of 10,000 agents on motorbikes, by the way. Use everything that you can. And cost structure innovation, biometric machines, a case of trading capex for opex, etc. The reason I want to show you that it can be done. If we put innovation, and total innovation, not just technological. Then you would say, oh yeah, but corporates can do it. Can the nation do it? Yeah, nation is doing it. Look at how did India pole vault in world's fastest financial inclusion? Technology plus system delivery plus policy innovation, as you know, JAM. And in fact, it has got Guinness Book of World Record, as a matter of fact, of doing the fastest financial inclusion. So we have done that. Look at, for example, world's fastest LED penetration, 0.2% to 88% in 7 years. How did we do that? They created this ESL that became the biggest catalyst for the LED revolution, and they brought India on the global solid state lighting map. Technology got adopted in 6 months, not 5 years. And this is now cheaper than bread. That's what it says. In fact, the cost was brought down from $7 to $1 by demand aggregation, by the way. Okay? And in fact, Ramasami, this Queen Elizabeth Prize of Engineering, which is considered as a Nobel Prize in Engineering, you know, first it went to internet, then to World Wide Web, GPS, like that. It goes through big technologies. And there is a competition with LED and something else. And I mentioned to them about what India had done, basically. I said, finally, the technologies have to make a difference to the country like India. And that is how they actually won the award, by the way. But we have done it. That's the point that I'm trying to make. You look at the pole vault to the highest real-time digital payment, way ahead of China. We always think we'll be always behind China. We have done that. That is because of several other innovations, including digital payment systems. And like what I said, we are pole vaulting as the fastest unicorn creating nation. Until 2016-17, we had 1 unicorn every year. Now we create 1 unicorn per week. It is because of several other things. What I'm particularly proud of is the following. Now we have more than 120 unicorns. But when there were 55, I got analysis done. Where do they come from? They come from IITs, they come from IIMs, elite institutions, or where? You'll be very happy to hear close to 50% of them come from Tier 3 cities, Tier 2 cities, dropouts. You can just imagine from a Tier 3 city, a 27, 28-year-old or young man having a market cap of $1 billion. Why? Because this is the digital access and other things that have been actually done. So that's the new India. That's why I said that when you create the award in the name of Dr. S Laddha, please consider this movement on the exponential curve that we are having and design it for that purpose. We can't use the old models, by the way. It's a new world. It's a new India with a new aspiration. Basically, young people have different aspirations. I was dealing with, talking to some young people. I talk to young people because I'm turning 80, on 1st January. So I have to feel younger. So I talk to young people. So I'm very proud of our higher education system. So I was telling them, Arey, look at Satya Nadella, product of Indian education. Look at Sundar Pichai. So one girl got up. Nowadays girls get up, by the way. Very interesting. And she says, sir, you don't know what is going on in our mind. In your time, your only desire was to go to US somehow. Next generation, go to US and get a job, top company like Microsoft. Next generation, go to US, get a Microsoft job and become CEO. Not in our case. We want to create our own Microsoft, our own Google here in India. So any design that we do now in AC Tech, please understand this high aspiration, and it has to be designed for that, by the way. All right? It's a different generation altogether. Finally, many of you might want to look at this fireside chat that I had with Asia Economic Dialogue 22. You know, there is a Pune International Center. I happen to be its president. Dr. Vijay Kelkar is the vice president. And we do this Asia Economic Dialogue, which is now considered as a Davos of the East. This is the third year, by the way. So in the opening program, after the External Affairs Minister, etc., spoke, we had this dialogue between him and me on the future of new energy. And it's a fascinating dialogue where he talks about achieving 111. It's an incredible target. 1 kg of green hydrogen for $1 in 1 decade for 1 billion people. It's a crazy target. Australia talks about $2. US talks about $3, and he's talking about 111. So people have started calling it geofication. All right? Just like affordability was given. And crazily in that interview, he also says that we can create a $500 billion export in 20 years. The issue is simple. Sun is shining. We have water. We have land. We have now technology, solar electricity, water splitting. Costs are coming down. Why not? So as to say, all right? So I think there is this aspirational part of it. And I'm very proud to say that I chair the Reliance New Energy Council. You can see here who's who practically, like Dr. Martin Green. 80% of the solar cells, by the way, who use PERC technology have that technology, or Mr. Wind, Henrik Stedel, or Mr. Carbon Capture, Professor Jeffrey Maitland, or Dr. Alan Finkel, who drove Australia's green energy program, and so on and so forth. So we are moving towards that. I think it is possible for India. When people are worried about the transition, can we do it, this, that, and the other, etc., we can do that. And since AC Tech, I'm addressing AC Tech. AC Tech is not just a jewel in the crown of Anna University. It's the jewel in the crown of all technical institutions, technological in the world. So here you have to take up the challenges in the Nimitli spirit. What are those? For example, Haber-Bosch process, how do we do that? High temperature, high pressure, corrosive, emissions, and so on. Can we pick up hydrogen from water and nitrogen from air and create ammonia? Grand challenge. Water. We are going to require several kilograms of water per kilogram of hydrogen. Where is that water going to come? Seawater. Seawater electrolysis nobody has done successfully. Can we do that? So I will not go through the details. Basically, I will leave the presentation here. But just pick up these 10 problems, for example. And if you create these breakthroughs, you understand, India will be a very, very different place. Now, since there is an audience, I would, of young people, this is for young people, by the way. Young people in the sense, those who have yet to travel the journey. All of you are young in terms of, you are as young as you feel, so I have no issue. I am 80, but I feel 18, so no issue on that. But this is particularly for those who are the same, because in 80 years, what have I learned? I thought I will just talk about it and then summarize. I have succeeded, I have failed also. I have learned more from my failures than I have succeeded. First, aspirations are your possibilities. Keep them high, but for you as well as for the society and for the nation. And I talked to you about those young guys. We want to create our own Microsoft here, etc. That's it. If you aim at Everest, at least you will reach Kanchenjunga. But if you aim at Kanchenjunga, you will remain where you are. That's the first. The second is, and particularly for the young people, you want quick success. Like instant coffee, there is no instant success. Work hard in silence, let success make all the noise. That is very, very important. I do that. I do, and Ramasami knows, Devota knows, I do 24/7. Today I got up at 3:30 in the morning, by the way, because I had to catch that early morning flight. Okay? You don't think I have got up at 3:30 in the morning. You know, God has been kind to me, but I work 24/7, day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, and I will do so till I will breathe my last. The next one is purpose, persuasion, and passion. Too early to quit. Winners are never quitters, quitters are never winners. So when I talk to the young people, I tell them fail, F-A-I-L, is first attempting learning. Your best guru is your last mistake, as long as you learn from it. If you don't, then it is not. The next one is when doors of opportunity that you keep on knocking don't open, create your own doors. I give you the example. I was not getting the Weisenberg reorganometer, that equipment. I said, what equipment? God has given me this. And went into modeling and simulation. So you have to create your new opportunity. And the final, very important, that is my last message, there is no limit to human endurance, achievement, imagination, excepting the ones you put on your mind. I'll give you an example. Somebody mentioned about FRS. Yes, in 360 years, there have been only 3 engineering scientists who have become FRS. My great guru is Professor C.N.R. Rao. You know, Professor Sharma and Professor C.N.R. Rao. Professor C.N.R. Rao is far tougher with me than Professor Sharma, anyway. So I phoned him up, sir, I've become FRS. You know what was his response? Not bad. Then I became US National Academy of Science from 1780, only 7, and so on. Phoned him, not bad. Then 1 or 2 other honors, not bad. I got upset. I said, sir, what do I have to do to impress you? What he said, I'm going to live with you. He said, he calls me Ramesh. My name is Raghunath Mashelkar. People close to me call Ramesh. He said, Ramesh, you are climbing on a ladder of excellence, which is limitless. The only limit is what you put on your mind. So translating it for our young people, I would put it this way. No matter what you achieve, what you have to say is, my best is yet to come. My best is yet to come. And that you do, not only when you are 18, but you are 80. Supposing all Indians, every day in the morning when they get up, they say, my best is yet to come, not only for me, but for my society. All right? Can you just imagine what kind of nation we will build? All right? And that is why my dream is this, build Atmanirbhar Bharat with Atma Vishwas, with Atma Samman, with the confidence of a pole vaulter. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Vaishali here,
Of a pole vaulter. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, dear audience, we had a wonderful, motivating lecture.
Thank you very much.
And truly speaking from my heart, this is the,
Vaishali here,
one of the finest motivating lecture I ever had in my lifetime.
Thank you.
So, dear audience, fully charged. Now, one of my professors used to
wonderful,
motivating lecture.
Thank you very much.
And truly speaking from my heart, this is the finest motivating lecture I have for this Chennai University. Thank you, sir. And
Thank you.
said India,
Dear audience, wonderful, motivating lecture. Thank you very much.
India will become really Vishwaguru in the new emerging world order. Thank you for your greatest contribution for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful speech. I think what we have been struggling for several years, last 3-4 years, to find out what should be the content of a redact. You have given it in just 1 hour. This is the this is going to be our Bible. We will take every word, try to implement it, And as he said, we're all now charged. So now nobody can stop us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this enlightening session, sir. We will now proceed with the lunch break, after which the afternoon segment of the program will continue. Thank you. A very good afternoon. I feel extremely honored to welcome everyone back to the afternoon segment of Dr. G.S. Laddha's centenary celebrations. This session will now begin with reminiscences on Dr. G.S. Laddha. I request Professor M.S. Anand to share a few words with us.
Friends, it's my pleasure to share some experiences. And we came at a time, I joined this college in 1962. And Professor Laddha was the director here. He was already a legendary figure. On top of it, the stories people told us convinced us that he was God. And you can't say anything to him that was not true. But in any case, we came here in 62 for being interviewed. About 150 students here. And it was upstairs. I remember that middle hall, and then the next room was Professor T.K. Manikavacham room. Later, that was the interview room. And inside this interview room was a really polished table with 3 people sitting there. And Professor Laddha was the chairman of the committee. They were formidable enough. The reflection on the table made them doubly formidable. And we were watching, we all went in very scared. We went in there and we stayed for 3 minutes or 5 minutes and we were sent out. All convinced that we were thrown out of the thing, we didn't get selected. But for some reason, they did select us. And we came back very pleased that we had got into a very prestigious college. And also very pleased because they told us Professor Laddha won't take classes for you till the final year. So we had 4 years of reprieve. Because by that time we were really scared of Professor Laddha. I mean, there's nothing he didn't know. And like they say, there's anything he didn't know in chemical engineering could be all put on the back of a postage stamp. So there was no question of his not knowing something that you knew. In any case, the interviews were actually conducted very nicely. Although we were wrong, our answers were wrong. They were conducted with great, all 3 were gentlemen, and they were conducted with great pleasantness. But we came out and finally got selected. We were very surprised that we were selected. Then we came for the classes, and Professor Laddha wasn't taking class for us, but we had a problem with NCC in the second year. So we went to see Professor Laddha. We were given rifles. We had this NCC training. The rifles never worked. We just had to carry them. It was early in the morning. We come here for NCC, and all other colleges had abolished NCC after the first year. But we had NCC still. So we went to appeal to Professor Laddha saying we don't want NCC either after the first year. And of course we went there. We were 5 of us. And we enter the room and then we get scared and run away. This happened twice. The third time, Professor Laddha came out a little earlier. Normally, he's a man of strict habits. He came in at 9. Actually, his car would turn into the gate at 9:26, as we timed it several times. And he would go and park right diagonally across from the porch, and where the sergeant would greet him. The sergeant, we had a man with a big physique. The sergeant, he would walk across, wish Professor Laddha, and then walk back with him. And Professor Laddha had this characteristic academic stoop. He would be thinking about some problem very seriously. He would go and park looking down. Right, so he never noticed you if you were anywhere there. But in any case, we went to him to ask for exemption from NCC. And suddenly he came out once. The third time he came out suddenly and caught us smack. We were very pleasantly surprised. He smiled at us. And before we could explain the problem to him, he said, "Don't worry, you won't have NCC." Because he didn't approve of NCC either. So we got exemption from NCC from the second year onwards. There were some people who were interested who could, of course, pursue it. Then we still were afraid of Professor Laddha, but he came to teach us mass transfer in the final year, actually. He taught a beautiful course. Everything that was in treble, he never carried a paper with him. He never carried a book with him. He had only a chalk piece. And he taught this mass transfer course very well. And we were all very happy. And I must tell you one more thing about
his habits. He would come in, as I said, at 9:30, he would walk up to his room. 9:30 to 10:30, he was there. After 10:30, he would come out and go see all his students. And his students were all scared because he was very shrewd, very quick in grasping things. If the student didn't do the work and said something, he would be caught immediately. But anyway, all his PhD students were very happy with him at the end. But in between, they thought he was very strict. And as I said, he gave us these lectures on mass transfer, which went off extremely well. And at the end of it, we had a toast. AC College used to have a toast in this room, actually. I think the room number was different. It wasn't an auditorium at that time. And we started with what we called his royal dryness, because we never understood a single joke of Professor Laddha's right through the 5 years. But there was a cue in AC College that if Professor Laddha laughed, everybody was obliged to laugh. So everybody, the whole college would laugh. And then he would go on maybe to the next joke. But we discovered by that time that he was a very pleasant, least formidable person. He was very kind to students. And although his first focus was on his PhD students and his MTech students, he thought the BTech students are a little too frivolous. So he didn't spend too much time with them. But he was also a very busy consultant. So he didn't have that kind of time to spend with all of us. But I remember many PhD students of his telling me that he had been really kind to them throughout their stay in AC College. And anyway, Professor Laddha then, we met him and asked him advice, and he suggested some of us wanted to go abroad. Professor Laddha, Professor Jagannath-Samy, and Professor Chandrasekhar, all of them took a lot of interest. They suggested where to go and so on. Anyway, I went for my PhD, finished my PhD and came back. And I got an offer in IIT Madras and IIT Kanpur. And all the three professors recommended that I take IIT Madras offer. So I took the IIT Madras offer. Then Professor Laddha asked me to come and give a lecture here in the same hall on my PhD work. My PhD work was in molecular thermodynamics. And Professor Laddha was a classical chemical engineer. He didn't know molecular thermodynamics. He knew thermodynamics very well, classical thermodynamics very well. So I had a large number of equations in my presentation. So Professor Laddha says, I don't believe in any of these equations. Then I told him, sir, the equations, I will interpret the first equation from the physics of the problem and the final result from the physics of the problem. In between, don't ask me for explanations, because mathematical intuition is much faster than physical intuition. It's much harder to get. If you say you differentiate and you ask, what is that physically? I don't know. So I can only tell you what the differential of a function is. So he laughed and he said, this is the problem with young people who come now with a lot of mathematics and no physics in the background. Then at the end, everybody immediately laughed, because it was Professor Laddha said this and he laughed, and so everybody should laugh. So everybody laughed. But at the end of it, Professor Laddha said, I really appreciate this guy. He's done a lot of good work and so on. Then everybody laughed again and clapped this time. That was the difference. But at the end of it, he didn't say anything to me. It turned out that he was on the selection committee in IIT Madras, and I wasn't present when I wasn't interviewed. I sent in an application, and he had actually selected me. He never told me that. I knew later on from IIT that he was the one who was responsible for selecting me. So I think he was extremely kind, and whenever there was an opportunity to help a AC College student, of course he didn't compromise on merit, but if he wanted to help AC College student, he would. So there was an atmosphere here of research in this institute. There were departments of chemistry, analytical chemistry, and also physical chemistry, and then Professor GNR was here. So they added to the atmosphere tremendously. And Professor Laddha, of course, was a very serious research worker. His liking for his research was so intense, it sort of endeared him to all of us. So by the time in the final year, we came to the final year, we actually discovered that he was a very kind person who you could approach with problems and so on. But I think it was planned that way. We knew only 1 month before we left, so that we didn't pester him so much. So we thought this was the best way to leave it. We never told our juniors anything about it. And they discovered also 1 month before they left that he was a kind and nice person. So we were delighted with having Professor Laddha here. Also, the difference between this the College of Engineering, as I recall at that time, and this college was that this was a very research-based atmosphere, whereas that atmosphere wasn't there in the College of Engineering, although it was a very good college for undergraduates. So all I can say is that I think Professor Laddha made the difference. He also, I also heard a story about him, which he confirmed later. Apparently, he was in Purdue with Professor Ramchandran, who was director at IIT Madras at that time. And they were both classmates. And he came, and Professor Ramchandran's father was the Vice Chancellor. Professor Ramchandran didn't let this on. He simply told Professor Laddha, go see the Vice Chancellor. I hear he is a good man. So Professor Laddha went to see the Vice Chancellor, and Ramchandran was waiting downstairs in the university buildings. And after the interview, the Vice Chancellor, he was very pleased. He came back and told Ramchandran, the Vice Chancellor is a very nice man, you should also go up and meet him. Ramchandran, of course, didn't let on, and he left it at that. But Dr. Laddha was the youngest director at that time who was appointed to any institution. I think, I don't know how old he was, must have been early 40s when he became director here in AC College of Technology. 45, I see. 35, okay. Yeah, so it makes sense. But he really made sure that there was atmosphere. Then there's another thing, important thing that he did as an administrator. And sort of realized this much later. The University of Madras, like all good classical universities, was terribly bureaucratic. But Professor Laddha managed to keep the bureaucracy away from all faculty and students. I mean, none of them. He made a decision, the decision was final. So we didn't have to go on appeal anywhere else. Nobody interfered. Of course, he had the support of the Vice Chancellor, who apparently distinctly thought that Professor Laddha was fined. It was difficult to find somebody that good for the director's post. But the remarkable thing about us AC College students was that we knew that if we had the support of our director, we could do anything. And there was nobody to really question us. And I think that was a remarkable, I think it's the bureaucracy tends to, it tends to introduce a lot of strict behavior that's not at all conducive to an academic atmosphere. It ruins your freedom. And Professor Laddha knew this, and he kept them away. In fact, he told me once that between 2 and 3 is the only time when the registrar could see him with files. Otherwise, the registrar would come and say, I have important things to do. He said they can wait till tomorrow, 2 to 3. And exactly 2 to 3, he saw these things. So I think he had remarkable administrative ability apart from a very intense interest in his research. And all this made a difference. And his course was very smoothly taught, very nicely taught. So overall, we were very, very fortunate to have Professor Laddha as the director. Very fond of him. And we were very scared of him in the beginning, but by the time we left, we were all very fond of him. So I think that's all I can say. I hope that AC College, after the centenary celebration, again revives its research atmosphere and again gets back to its position of eminence. So thank you very much for this opportunity and to talk about Professor Laddha.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your warm memories with us. I kindly request Dr. D.M. Mohanta to share a few words with us.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak. Sorry. Thank you. Is it okay? Yeah. So thank you very much for inviting me to speak today on this very occasion when my professor is 100 years of age. And more than that, I spent nearly 12 years in this campus, from the age of from 57 to 68 or 69. It was, as Anant has pointed out, I was also interviewed, and all the questions to me were put by Dr. Naidu Amma. he asked me questions in chemistry. Fortunately, chemistry was my favorite subject, and in my intermediate I got nearly 90%, so I could answer Dr. Naidu Amma honestly and correctly. Anyway, we got selected and then went on for some time. Then the question arose that after I did my PhD, BTech, where do I go from there? So I went to join Grasim Industries and had some experience there, and then he said, why don't you come back for doing your MSc? That time it was MSc by this one, so I went and came back here for doing my MSc. Spent about 2.5 years in doing my MSc, and then again lost interest in research. And then again I was trying to get some job or do something or other and all that. And then one day he said, look here, you did some experiments during MSc. Why don't you start that work again? So I said, I don't have any money. I mean, in the sense that I don't have a scholarship. He said, we'll get a scholarship for you from UGC or somebody. I got a scholarship and restarted my research work. The result of that one is, of course, I have 3 papers, which are even quoted today, published in 68, 69, and he refused publication in a foreign journal. He said, no, you have to publish in the Transaction of Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers. And to my surprise, after 68, and what is the date today, even today those new papers are being quoted in encyclopedias, books, and various other things. You won't imagine the areas in which I have subscribed to something where who cite my papers. Fermentation is an area. There, when I took the newspapers and saw, they said, this fermentation kinetics of oxygen uptake follows Dr. Mohanta's mechanism. I myself don't know what was the mechanism, but anyway, that was the way it was. One of the most surprising thing was, I got a paper from somebody who said, sir, I am citing your paper. And what is that? It is the design of a steel blast furnace. What has it got to do with mass transfer, steel blast furnace and all that? He said, sir, one publication was the hold-up of liquid within a packed column. So this is also a packed column. Only thing is, it's lumps, and then the liquid was steel. But it is following your equations. Okay, that's something very nice to know about it. I mean, coming to certain things which I noticed, and which I think I've written in the this coffee book regarding his research work. He said, I mean, when this collaboration for B.F. Goodrich was going on with Chemplast and all those, and those people had come here, and one of the directors of B.F. Goodrich asked him, what do you do? So Dr. Laddha replied that I do academic research. Now, what you find is no research is academic. Ultimately, it is all applied. All the work he has done on liquid extraction, which was done continuously over a period of time, so many PhDs, so much work was done, and so many varieties, and Dr. de Gleason, and they co-authored a book also. That entire work of liquid extraction is what your electric vehicles are based on, the batteries. The rare earths, extraction of rare earths is based on liquid extraction. Some of the applications of rare earths, you keep on hearing semiconductors are not available and all that. Some of the other things are, I can increase the strength of aluminium by 30 to 40%. There are a lot of other applications, but the extraction of the material is based on liquid extraction. Another thing which I saw was somebody making an article on liquid extraction of rare earths, saying that a certain type of column is very efficient and something, in an industrial magazine based for this rare earths business, saying that it was a great innovation for this industry. But that is all described in his book by Dr. Douglas and Dr. It was described there. But today they are claiming it's a big innovation. I mean, that was the stature of the sort of research work he did. The other thing which I wanted to really speak was what Dr. Mashelkar talked is about innovation. And this is something which I learned from him. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid that you have got bookish knowledge. Somebody will tell, sir, what is all these books with Trebal or Perry or whatever you have got, Bajer and Bankrow or whatever it is, Coulson and Richardson is all. It's all bookish knowledge. It is not bookish knowledge. It is real knowledge, real practical knowledge. And innovation is something which he said, don't be afraid of. The reason is that because of this thing, instead of going to postdoctoral work or doing something else, I worked out a process for making strontium nitrate from Arialur ores, which was something unique, first time in India, and that was it. Don't be afraid of something new. The same thing has happened number of times in my lifetime. E.A.D. Parry had a problem of extracting azadirachtin from neem seed. They had worked for 3 years on the process based on a patent. And when M.V. Arnachalam and Subbaya approached him, said 3 years and we are nowhere. He pointed out to me and said, look here, go to Dr. Mohanta. When they came to me, I looked at the whole thing, made some little bit of work on the pilot plant, but within 4 months we were able to give you absolutely flow sheets, material balances, energy balances and all those things where nothing else existed in the world and nothing exists today. Also, that's the only plant in the world which is operating in Kadalur. Now, this is what I am inspired with whatever he has told me, and I have continued to do that sort of work throughout my life. The other thing is, which Dr. Mashelkar said is, if you do innovation, you are in trouble. Whenever any industry approaches me, I give them some new solutions, new ideas. Sir, ada Udvad, sir. If it is in Tamil Nadu, they say Udvad. If it is Bengal, cholbe na. If it is Gujarat, no, nahi chalega. The other problem is, if the idea is accepted by one group in the company, the other group opposes it. So you are always at loggerheads between two sets of people who are against any innovation or change at all. The other thing was, how do you move from batch to continuous processes? People are really deathly afraid of moving from batch to continuous process. Leave alone whatever octave 11 spell says. They are deathly afraid of moving from continuous batch to this one. I have published a paper on one industrial process giving all the details, but nobody wants to use that. It's not patented, nothing else, not this thing. Again and again I must come back to it that it was Dr. Laddha's inspiration that you don't go by what is done elsewhere. Think differently, think in a different way. Don't go along that rut or this thing in your this one. And that's what I have been doing all the time. Coming to something called speed breaks and whatever Dr. Mashelkar was said, all this I have witnessed during my lifetime, during my consultancy in 85 years. And we had many problems with large organizations, 20,000 crore, 30,000 crore organizations down to small guys and all those things. And we have other issues which are not concerned with this, what I am talking about is that people just take away your ideas. There is no way of getting out of that. Anyway, what I would like to say is that I enjoyed the place, I enjoyed life, and I always like to come back to the college. And I am really look at it from the point of view of doing research. He never accepted mediocre research. My classmate Rajagopal did his master's. That was by research. So he produced his thesis and came to Dr. Laddha's room. Dr. Laddha was coming out of the room. What have you brought? Sir, I made a draft thesis. Kindly go through it. So he stood in the veranda and went through it. He said, look here, this is a BTech work you have done. Any BTech final year student can do BSc. No, I will not accept it. And he threw the whole bunch into the garden and told him, unless you bring all the data together in one single equation, I am not accepting your thesis. And that boy, let me tell you, he used his brains, he did everything. In 6 months' time, he was able to correlate all the different data into one single equation and present it. I mean, maybe the threat worked, but he made him work and see that, look here, he won't accept any mediocre type of research at all. So again and again, it has come to me that he didn't accept mediocrity, he didn't accept people who were not very, say honest. I would put it like that. He was very kind, as everybody said. He was never really harsh, and he never really, he told his mind very, very quietly and all that. I'll give you one incident in our class. There was a problem faced with nitrogen. So everybody calculated and copied, except one person. They put the nitrogen molecular weight as 14. So 15 of us put 14 as molecular weight and calculated. Only one person, the two persons calculated correctly 28. He said, what is this? So, but he nearly didn't shout at us or anything, but he said, look here, you better be honest in your life. Don't do this sort of mistakes. You will find yourself sometime in trouble when you are in your other parts of life. The other thing was strictness in the examinations. We started with the first batch, we were first batch of 4 years. We started 30 students. We ended up 18 at the end of the 4th year. 12 boys have been failed along the line and they had to repeat the whole year. There was no September examination, nothing. They had to repeat the whole year. There was no choice. They had to repeat. But Dr. Laddha never looked them at the fact that they were poor students or anything like that. And let me tell you, at least 4 or 5 of them, I know them, they have done very well in life. Simply because they failed in some subject and some reason, whatever it is. He never castigated them or told them or ticked them off or anything. He said, better do it, better think. And they've all done well in life. He never punished anybody for any such lapse or anything. That was his great nature about him. He always, as I always say, that he was very, very kind to the students for their mistakes and for all their minor mistakes and all that. In fact, when I was doing my PhD, I got frustrated and left it in the middle and went away. I tried to do some other work and all that. And one day he called me and said, come down to Madras. I came down and he said, look here, why are you frustrated? Sir, I don't find anything in this data, any trend in this data. He looked at the whole data sheet and said, why can't you find any trend, sir? He said, look here, bring a graph paper and draw it. Is a trend. That started me back onto my PhD. that ended in those 3 papers which are now there in the worldwide. So this is my experience with him, and it has been an excellent journey, and I always remember for what he has done and for what I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing your memories with us, sir. I humbly request Professor J. Venkat Rao to share his thoughts with us.
Friends, I have a very intimate association with AC Tech. I first stepped in 1965. Today, when I saw Satish Laddha sitting in the first bench, I was reminded of my first interaction with AC Tech. When I came here for interview in 1965, I was told that there will be 3 people interviewing you. One is Dr. G.S. Laddha, one is Dr. S. Krishnamurthy, and the third is Naidamma. Those days, we didn't have this kind of a social media where you know things all across what is happening. So we really didn't know whether Dr. Laddha is a male or a female. Because those days, those names were. The second thing is Dr. Naidamma, because I am from Andhra, I was 101% sure it must be a female. And then, of course, Dr. S. Krishnamurthy. So when I went the interview and finished it, back, I was asking the people, there was no lady there. And Dr. Laddha just then went out and came. Probably he went there to charge his battery to smoke. So when I saw Dr. Satish now, I was reminded of my first interaction with Dr. G.S. Laddha during my interview period. People have talked very high about his inclination for research. Though I am from a textile stream, I never had an opportunity to sit in his class and study. But there's one particular instance which I will never forget in my lifetime. It is because of Dr. G.S. Laddha and, of course, my professor, Dr. Arya Qureshi. In 74, I started my part-time PhD because I was a faculty here. And in 78, the Anna University was formed. That time it is Pereringar Anna University of Technology, POUT. I have been delinked from Madras University. And because of that, I had a problem of continuing my research. Because that time, I did my part-time registration with Madras University. In 78, we were delinked. So Madras University said, you cannot do it unless you come back to Madras University. And that time it was in physical chemistry, grafting, I was doing it. Dr. Raman said, Rao, you have to come out of POUT and come to Madras University. I really didn't know what to do because I can't leave a job. There was the time when I went to Dr. G.S. Laddha, first time, one-to-one interaction. I would like to recall exactly what transpired between me and Dr. G.S. Laddha. He said, Rao, I find that you are the only youngest fellow who is still interested in research and textile is still doing research. I must really encourage you. This was his wordings. Then I said, my specialization is in textile chemistry, and in POUT, there is no chemistry branch. Then he asked me to apply for under QIP to IIT Delhi, where they have a textile chemistry. And I was the first person to strongly get recommended by the Anna University to recommend me under QIP to IIT Delhi. And there was some registrar at the POUT has told Dr. Laddha, how can you recommend the junior most lecturer under QIP, where there are seniors? I was a lecturer at that time. There were readers those days. Dr. Laddha said, he was the only person who has come out, though he is the junior. Herewith, I strongly recommend that POUT should forward his application, though he is the junior most under QIP, because as per the rules, the opportunity should be given to the seniors. I mean, that is the kind of encouragement he had given to us. So, but for his strong recommendation, of course, Dr. Qureshi was also a part to that. Today, I would not have been what I am today. So, thanks, Satish. It really reminded me of the first encounter with the director of Dr. Laddha. And second thing, for all that he has given encouragement. But unfortunately, what happened is by the time I came back in 1982, he retired, and I never had any close interaction on those aspects. But I can definitely tell you that the kind of push he had given, for research is something which is unforgettable. And another thing which is fresh in my memory, even today, if you people permit me, I will just tell you that with a cigar in his hand and walk along the corridor and keep talking to something is something which I will never forget. So for all the good remembrances we had and all the encouragement, I'm really indebted to what he has done to not only to me, but also to the department. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I kindly request Professor P. Ramasamy, sir, to share a few words.
I am very young. Dr. Jayavel is trying to hold my hands so that I don't fall down. Thank you, Dr. Jayavel, for this opportunity. I want to begin by talk to you by saying crystals grew spontaneously in AC Tech under Professor G.S. Laddha's leadership. Good afternoon, all. I am very proud to share my sweet memories with Professor G.S. Laddha in his birth centenary celebrations initiated by DST, Government of India. I was fortunate enough to have Professor G.S. Laddha, Director AC Tech, the most distinguished and prominent chemical engineer, as my godfather. After my PG degree, I joined as a physics demonstrator in the Department of Chemical Engineering, AC Tech, in 1969, under Professor V. Devanathan and Professor Nagarajan. Professor Laddha was the director. We all were belonging to Chemical Engineering Department, whether it is a physics division, chemistry division, English division, we all belonged to Chemical Engineering Department, and we were faculty of Chemical Engineering Department. And the demonstrator post is something very interesting. An attender will say, you are one of us. A lecturer will say, you are someone far below. And that is a position, a demonstrator position, which is not existing today, I think. But we enjoyed that position. We did very, very well in that position. As director of AC Tech, Dr. Laddha encouraged me to teach modern physics to chemical technology, textile technology, and leather technology students. Professor G.S. Laddha encouraged my giving special prizes for the best performing students, and the prizes were always given away during the college day function. Due to this continuous encouragement and care, I registered for PhD as a part-time scholar under the guidance of Professor V. Devanathan and carried out my research work on positron annihilation under the supervision of Dr. T. Nagarajan. I enjoyed my teaching and research activities at AC Tech campus as a young faculty under Prof. G.S. Laddha's leadership. Also, he had encouraged me to go and work with Professor S. Radhakrishna and Professor B.V.R. Chowdhury in IIT Madras to grow crystals for my research work. I got the Governor Chancellor's Gold Medal for my PhD work and Best Thesis Year of the award. It would not have been possible without continuous support of Professor G.S. Laddha, Dr. A.R. Patel and Dr. M.S. Joshi from Sardar Patel University, Gujarat, were leading crystal growers at that time in India. After my PhD, I told Professor G.S. Laddha that I wanted to go to Sardar Patel University to learn more about crystal growth for 2 successive summer vacations. Immediately, he permitted me without any hesitation. Then I started gel growth activity in AC Tech. At this point of time, I was mentioned the help I received from Mr. Ramachandran, who is here, I think. He is a student of Chemical Engineering Department. He had a company, and I went to him, and I got from him quite a lot of sodium metasilicate gel. That was the starting point for crystal growth in this campus for gel growth activity. I thank him for that. Many good people helped me in initiating crystal growth research activities in AC Tech due to Professor G.S. Laddha's help. Professor G.S. Laddha allowed me to keep my laboratory open 24 hours, and Chemical Engineering Department was a very, very special department. Those days, early days when I joined, there was no attendance at all. We can come anytime, we can go anytime. But that was the kind of liberty we had under Professor Laddha's care. I have used several facilities for my experimental activities from the Department of Chemistry by Professor G.S. Laddha's help. Professor Laddha ordered Dr. B. Jagannathasamy, in charge of AC Tech stores, to permit me to take all the necessary items from the stores for my research purpose. At that time, more than 10 lecturers who worked in various colleges joined me as PhD scholars. Madras University had a rule: one can become a guide only after completing 3 full years after getting PhD. I had just completed my PhD, and 10 college teachers joined me to work for their PhD. And Dr. Laddha came to my help, and he ensured that all the 10 people register first under him first. Afterwards, he transferred them to me. I used an ordinary BTech laboratory microscope and other facilities for the characterization of ground crystals, and we could publish good papers in very good journals with Professor G.S. Laddha as a co-author. With spontaneous support from Professor Laddha, I made a master plan to start Crystal Growth Center, CGC, with 1 technician and a modest contingency grant. Professor Laddha took me to the then Vice Chancellor, Dr. B.C. Kunanthasamy, and recommended that a Crystal Growth Center should be made, should be brought to life, should be brought into Anna University. And that started with 1 technician and a very, very modest, a few hundred rupees contingency grant. That Crystal Growth Center has today a record of 4 Vice Chancellors already, maybe many more are coming. Professor G.S. Laddha had a very good relationship with the leading scientists. I used to use very high contacts for getting projects for crystal growth. Dr. U.R. Rao, ISRO Chairman, Dr. Naidamma, Director General CSIR, Dr. R.K. Ramachandran, First Secretary DST, helped me to develop crystal growth activities due to Professor Laddha's leadership. Professor V.C. Kuthuvilakku was the most distinguished Vice Chancellor of Anna University when I started doing my research after establishing a crystal growth center in Anna University. By seeing my enthusiasm and efforts towards research, he formed a committee with Professor G.S. Laddha as chairman and Dr. R. Chidambaram, former Principal Secretary, Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, and Mr. Ramani, Medcom Silicon, to develop crystal growth center. And they gave their advice, which helped me to build my laboratory much further. I made use of my experience in starting crystal growth center in AC Tech to initiate crystal growth research all over in several institutions. Today, all over Tamil Nadu and many cities in the country there are any number of more than 50 crystal growth laboratories in various institutions, colleges, universities. Now I can say that more than 500 crystal growth researchers all over the world are connected with the seeds planted by Prof. J.S. Laddha. I received international awards such as UNESCO's Gold Medal, Neil for Gold Medal, and Karasmi International Festival Award by Islamic Republic, and Homi J. Baba Award by UGC was also awarded to me. I continue my enthusiasm in research due to the early training I got from Professor G.S. Laddha, and today in the whole country, the only laboratory which has silicon crystal growth activity is my laboratory, my present laboratory. I got so many awards in my lifetime. Everything came only from Professor G.S. Laddha, who made me a crystal grower in AC Tech. I gratefully acknowledge my indebtedness to this institution, AC Tech. I used to keep sitting here, giving talks, listening to talks. I enjoyed my stay here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Sukumar Devota to share a few words with us.
I'm sorry, I was taken away by Dr. Ramasami suddenly, so I had no choice to accompany him with Dr. Mashelkar. But anyway, I'm here in time. It's my great pleasure to be standing before you to pay my homage and tribute to Professor Laddha. And this is a room where we used to meet and enjoy many lectures. First, I came into contact with him face-to-face in 1966 when I appeared for BTech interview. And during the interview, I made it very clear, contrary to Professor Dr. Ramasami, who wanted only leather, I said I wanted only chemical. And so Professor Naidamma said, I will offer you leather, you come and join. No, sir, I want only chemical engineering. And Professor Laddha was sitting there, and he kept smiling, didn't say a word. I thought my chance for both leather and chemical were gone. But ultimately, I got chemical, which I wanted. And then I also had to seek his help for my master's. If I look back, it was like God intervening in my career, because I was given a MTech seat, but I didn't accept it, and it elapsed. And then my dad came to know that it lapsed, so he asked me, what happened to your MTech? I said, they offered me, but I didn't accept it. He was furious. He was really furious, and he said, you go and find out how can you get it back. So I had to meet Professor Laddha. He said, you are coming very late. You should have come at least a week now. Now everything is settled, and there is no seat in MTech. But since you are so keen, I'll wait for another week, If some vacancy arises, you will get it. And to my luck, somebody left, I got into MTech. So that is another intervention of Dr. Laddha. The third is, I joined for my PhD in 1974, and I continued. At 1976, there was an ad for lecturer post. I took my application to Professor Laddha. And Professor Laddha had his own unwritten rule that unless you have PhD, you could not apply for lecturer post. So even for lecturer post, he said, you should have PhD. So he said, I'm sorry, my advice is you go back and work hard and finish your PhD and come back to me, I will forward your application. So I accepted because he gave me an advice which I had to follow. And when I submitted my synopsis, there was an ad. And then everybody said who the candidate is. But I still applied, and I applied for that post, and he forwarded it to me because I told him, sir, you promised that you will forward it if I had submitted my PhD or synopsis. I had submitted my synopsis. He said, no problem, I will forward it. So he forwarded with his recommendation. And I appeared for the interview. To my surprise, both my friend, Professor Rajendran, who is sitting here, and I were selected for the post. Although the post was won, and I was just telling Professor Ramasami, I got it because of him. He got promoted on the same day from lecturer to reader, and I got appointed on the post vacated by him. And that was the greatness of an administrator. He said, there are two good candidates, we don't want to lose, and here is a candidate who is getting promoted, and there is a vacant post. Without advertisement, he filled two posts at, Orkalla rendu manga. So he did that. Yeah. Then I had another intervention by him in my career, which was a very critical intervention. After my PhD, and I was lecturer here. In fact, I wanted to tell Professor Ramasami, because he was promoted as a professor and reader in chemical engineering, Professor Laddha said, now the physics department is demanding somebody to take care of demonstration in physics. So for 6 months, or more than 6 months, from October to March, I was doing physics demonstrator job while I was doing my PhD in chemical engineering. So these were the uniqueness which you wouldn't find anywhere. He was determined, I should get it, you should get it, but still we can manage. And he was quite good. Finally, I just wanted to say that here I had a invitation, a postdoctoral fellowship from University of Salford. In fact, this hall this morning had 3 Salfordians, Dr. Mashelkar, followed by Satish Laddha, Dr. Satish Laddha, and myself. We all spent few years at Salford, UK, different periods. So I wanted to go to Salford, and I put my application. That is 1979. How many of you know, that was the time when Pereringar Anna University of Technology, POUT, was formed, and we were in a fluid situation on decision making. It's like Trishankshork. We were neither in Madras University nor in Anna University, but officially we were all transferred to Anna University, but still papers were with Madras University. So there was a problem in my decision making for them to make a decision on my deputation. So I met him and said, I'm going to resign because I can't let this chance slip away. I remember standing on the corridor opposite director's office and talking to him for about 30 minutes. I was just a lecturer. He could have just let me go, but he didn't. He tried to persuade me not to resign. Go, come. I said I would come back. So he said, since you are convinced that you would come back, so don't resign. Try to get lean and go. But I said, I have tried. I have met all the officials, both registrars, and they were saying same thing repeatedly. So I wrote a letter to director. I told him I'm going to write a letter saying that if you accept this as my deputation request, and if they make a decision subsequently, they can treat it as deputation. Otherwise, you can treat it as my resignation letter. So I left the country without any resignation acceptance. So he tried to, what I want to highlight here is, he tried to persuade me not to leave, telling me that lecturer post was very difficult to get, and you got it, now you have a career set before you, you should. But I just couldn't listen to him because of this. And one final jovial incident I want to narrate. YG Mahendra, who is going to give the program, was my batchmate. And in the final year, we have what is known as toast. And Mahendra was the toastmaster, and he was standing here. Professor Laddha, as his wont, was sitting in the aisle corner, like where you are sitting. So he asked the audience, can you all see me? Yeah, they all shouted, yes, yes. Then can you see the front row? Yes, yes. Can you see the gentleman sitting in the aisle? Yes, yes. I want to introduce the visiting professor, Professor Laddha. Yeah. So the whole auditorium erupted. That's because that year he didn't take any class for the final years, 1971. And he was in US for some time. So he didn't want to take, so he didn't take transport phenomena, which used to be his subject, Professor Anand would have known that he was teaching transport phenomena, and he used to write equations and solutions just on the board without any paper. If you give any problem, he will remember the BSL problem, Bert Stewart Lightfoot problem, by memory, and he will come and write the problem and then solve it just without any notes. That was his brilliance of teaching. So, we enjoyed. The only thing I wanted to say is I saw him as a great mentor, a great human, never wanted to discourage anybody, treated everybody alike. He had no favoritism. He treated everybody. And I used to work in the first floor, and I was not officially a student. But still, the problem I worked was very close to his heart. That's liquid systems. He was a man for liquid extractions and all that. But I didn't do extraction, but I was doing liquid system. So he will come and see me working, looking at my experimental setup. If you have a plot, he'll say, what's that plot? He will ask me for details. The worst part is, at 6:30 or so, we would be going home, and he would have given probably some suggestion for plots. So at 6:30, when we were going home, he'll say, what happened to that plot? We would be rushing out, say 5:36, and he will ask me, what happened to that plot? I made that plot, I'll come and show you tomorrow. No, bring it now, we will discuss now. So at 6 o'clock, I used to go back, open the lab, get the papers and show it to him. And 6:30, he was not worried about 6:30, 7. That was his commitment to research. So I had a wonderful relationship, mentorship of Professor Laddha, and I'm extremely happy that we had such a beautiful inauguration and a fitting lecture from one of my another mentors, almost for my life, Dr. Mashelkar, because when I joined NCL, he was my head of the division, then he became a director, then he became a director general, and when I was a director of NIRI, he was a director general. And so it's in, I'm too emotional about what we have today because of Professor Laddha. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your memories with us, sir. I request Professor V. Mohan to share his thoughts with us.
Good afternoon. 3 of my family members, including myself, had the opportunity to work with Professor Laddha. My uncle, Velraj, was the manager at AC Tech office when Professor Laddha was the director of AC Tech. My father, Devrajulu, was the assistant registrar at AC Tech office and retired in 1972. In July 1961, when I was 17 years, I first met Professor Laddha during my admission interview for BTech course in chemical engineering. I was impressed with his pleasing personality. He was my teacher in final year, handling mass transfer. I enjoyed his classes where he derived complicated equations from fundamental principles. In my first year MTech, he handled transport phenomena. I have joined chemical engineering department as junior lecturer in February 1972. Had the pleasure of observing him at close quarters. I enjoyed his systematic and simple approach in solving problems in research and in industry. Because of Professor Laddha, I had the opportunity to observe and interact with many visiting professors to the department. Some of the professors are Holscher, Davidson, Hutchison, and Professor Levenspiel. Some of Dr. Laddha's features are, first and foremost, very important, he gave us academic freedom. He has given us a good library with many rare books and journals. Professor Anand, who joined IIT, will come to my room and borrow my library tickets because those books are not available at that time in IIT. His benevolent, humane approach in solving problems faced by his students, staff, and others. I cherish the pleasant moments I had as his student, as his staff member in his department. I thank the organizers. Before that, I'm happy to say that Dr. Laddha, because my father was here as assistant registrar, invited him for my marriage. And he came for the marriage reception, that is the previous day, on 3rd February 1968, along with Professor Kulur. I think he has come here on some other purpose, but he brought him along with Professor Kulur. And I had the photograph in my house. And when Professor Liota came to my house and then searched for our 75 years, what are the photographs they have to give for the, including Laddha. So at that time, I have given many photographs for the 75th year coffee book. But I couldn't find it now because when I searched in my house, I think my wife has put it somewhere, my marriage album. And I was happy to see his presence even for my wedding reception. I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity for sharing my memories about one of the legends in chemical engineering of 20th century. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your memories with us, sir. I humbly request Professor Rajendran to share a few words about it.
Good afternoon. I'd like to say that I never had a personal interaction with Dr. Laddha, as many other speakers had, except as an obedient student from 1966 to 71, as a BTech student, and thereafter as an MTech student. I registered late for PhD with him, and I have seen several things and observed, inferred, and admired various administrative and academic skills of Dr. Laddha. This I would like to share with this audience what I have done, observed during this. I would like to say that Dr. Laddha is a great visionary in chemical engineering education. Why I am saying this is, from my observations as a student and as a staff from 1972 onwards till 2010, I have seen such a great development of laboratories in chemical engineering. As soon as he took the mantle from Dr. Govinda Rao, who was the director earlier, he started developing the chemical engineering departments, particularly unit operation laboratories. Dr. Subbarao, who was his son, that is Govinda Rao's son, was also very useful in developing such a laboration. Dr. Laddha wanted chemical engineering students to be master of all jacks, all arts. He should develop several skills. That is what the chemical engineering means, he said. Every chemical engineer must have some knowledge on electrical, mechanical, civil engineering, etc. So he said that the syllabi and curriculum of the chemical engineering education should be prepared in such a manner. This also I have admired as a teaching staff from 1972. He gave more importance to the chemical and electrical engineering laboratory, unit operations laboratory, crushing and grinding, evaporation, distillation, etc. All these things have been added to the syllabi. Even though many books are not available during that period, he has introduced various books from abroad to our chemical engineering syllabi. He also introduced analytical laboratory. No chemical engineering department in other universities have introduced that. Analytical laboratory, technical analysis laboratory, oil analysis, cement analysis, water analysis, all these fertilizer analysis, everything he has introduced slowly into the chemical engineering syllabus. You know, some of you know Dr. Madhav Nair. Dr. Madhav Nair was given in charge of all these facilities and development of these laboratories. Dr. Laddha wanted students to know much about organic chemistry, physical chemistry, physics, etc. I still remember for us, the organic chemistry has been taken by Professor Swaminathan. I still remember that physical chemistry has been taken by Dr. Santappa. And thereafter, Professor Ganesan came here and took physical chemistry classes, who was the head of the Department of Physical Chemistry. And the physics was handled by Professor Devanathan and his team. Very well, team Dr. Laddha has selected. And for us, thereafter, Dr. G.N. Sivaram Prasad has taken over this physics department. Engineering mathematics being an important one to have more working knowledge in the transport phenomena and mass transfer knowledge. Dr. Laddha interacted with the various teaching staff in mathematics, particularly Dr. T.K. Manikasagam Pillai and Narayan from Engineering College Professor, and devised a suitable syllabus for mathematics curriculum. And we had advanced mathematics engineering mathematics in our final years, as well as in the MTech programs. Dr. Laddha showed much interest in mechanical engineering, structural engineering. Why? Because chemical engineering was designing tall distillation columns, horizontal columns, heat exchangers, pipelines, air cooling towers. So therefore, they must know about the structural engineering. Mechanical engineering is, so he developed such a program, and Dr. Vedayan, Dr. Jayaraman, Dr. Kasturi have all helped him in developing suitable syllabus. Dr. Kasturi was in charge of engineering drawings. Dr. Vedayan was in charge of this theory of machines. So they have gave helping hand to Dr. G.S. Laddha. He devised a syllabus in such a manner that the students are well versed in such knowledge. Dr. Laddha also wanted chemical engineers to more knowledge about electrical engineering. Electrical engineering is not an ordinary subject. We cannot, this is a vast one. But he wanted to know something about what is DC machine, what is AC machines. Because every chemical engineer must know that how much amount of horsepower motor is required to pump a liquid from a sump to the distillation column. What is the height of the distillation column? What is the pipeline diameter? What is the amount of liquid to be pumped per minute or per second or per hour? So he wanted us to calculate what is the horsepower needed. So for that, he wanted us to know electrical engineering also. So he introduced that in the syllabus. This also I have admired as a staff in this department. Dr. V. Jayaraman, who was the then professor, and Dr. K. Batmanabhan, in charge of electrical engineering as well as instrumentation technology, was very much helpful to Dr. Laddha during his period as a director at SETech. Dr. Laddha introduced a project work at BTech level as well as MTech level, because every student of chemical engineering has to inculcate what he has learned as a student in the chemical engineering syllabus. He wants that students must have all the knowledge imparted and reflected in the particular project during the tenure as a BTech student. Dr. Laddha encouraged industrial visit. He said that every student must go to the industries and see what is happening in that. Just I cannot say that a prilling tower is working like this. How the prilling is done? What is the height of the tower? How the pearls are formed? What is the velocity of the hot air coming to the bottom? What is the concentration from the top? What is the height of the tower? All these things personally every student must know. So he has encouraged me to go and visit to the various industries, and I took several batches of students during my career as a teaching staff. And I was very happy to show the Virya Pearling Tower and in the Bombay as well as in the Madras fertilizers areas also. Dr. Laddha himself visited several industries as a consultant. He himself likes to be an industrial man than the academic man. Many times, many industries have asked him to come here to their industry as a director in this board. Dr. Laddha inspired me that during the various meetings of the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, various other meetings organized by the Chemical Engineering Group Association, I have learned that Dr. Laddha has visited various companies and solved certain problems. For example, the production of chlorine in mercury reactor, in mercury chemicals. So he visited personally and saw that there is a problem in the production. And he took along with him some PhD students and also showed them what is the problem there. I think one Dr. N. Batmanabhan, who was doing a PhD at the time, went with him and saw the plant and suggested certain things. And thereafter, some design alteration, etc., on this, the movement of this mercury plate has been modified. And what you can say, Eureka, that as you the chlorine started coming, flooding like anything. Similarly, he visited India Cements. There is a clinker problems. Could not produce a correct amount of thickness and crushing strength. So he started observing on the concentration of the clinkers before going to the rotary dryer. This all I know while Chitra Narayan Swami was talking about this in the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineering meeting. So I said that the clinker formation was a difficult one. The clinkers, that the quality of the clinker gives the quality of cement. So he altered the design of the rotary dryer, rotation speed, and the blower, air blowing from the opposing line. All these things he designed, and finally he got a correct quality of the clinkers coming out, and the quality of the cement also improved in the plant. Dr. Laddha solved clinker problem for cement industries, and therefore Dr. Chitra Narayanasamy was very much impressed and took him as the director in the board. And he was very happy to have him. It was a great success for him, and Chitra Narayanasamy started sponsoring all the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineering meeting for us, and we know that we have attended several meetings there. Dr. G.S. Laddha wanted students to more about the latest trends in chemical engineering education. He subscribed a lot of international journals. ASEH Journal, International Chemical Engineering Journal, Canadian Journal, Chemical Engineering Science, Indian Journal of Chemical Engineering, etc. Nobody thought of it. Every student was very much impressed to see the lot of chemical engineering journal, international journals coming through in our table. All MTech and PhD students very happy about that. They know the latest trend of the research that is going on in the various other universities abroad as well as in India. He stacked a lot of back volumes of all the journals, and he started stacking all the abstracts of the various work done throughout the world. And he developed a very big library called AC Tech Library there. It was our library. And that AC Tech Library was designed and processed by Dr. Laddha only. Thousands of books have been purchased on technology and black volumes and abstracts. All those things were done by the Dr. Laddha. This abstract and back volumes helped our BTech students to design their BTech project. Once the BTech project has been listed, every student will be flooding to the library to see the abstracts. Whether that work has already been done or what is the recent data, all these things will be done. In that way, you can see how Dr. Laddha worked. Dr. Laddha insisted that chemical engineering students must have Handbook of Chemical Engineering by John H. Perry. It is a Bible, he said. At the time of we are studying chemical engineering, only volume 2, that is edition 2 was there. Thereafter, 3, 4, 5, 6, everything has now come. And he said that it is the Bible. Every chemical engineer who is reading the entire Perry will be a supermost chemical engineers. That's what he said. But I am very difficult. I can't say that everyone has completed the studying the Perry only. Dr. Laddha was aware that many of the chemical engineering papers are in German, the language Germany. He wanted us, he also had some intuition that why not every chemical engineering study German language. So he introduced a German language here as one of the curriculum. It's really an admiration. That helped us, many of us, to flood into the Max Muller Bhavan to learn Germany also, because they wanted to go for advanced German language, and people have visited Germany also after that. Unfortunately, it was stopped after 1975, so no language has been taught. So because he knows that many of the chemical engineering journals are in Germany only, and you know that in the various international chemical engineering exhibition, Germans are challenging that we are the pioneers in chemical engineering. Who can challenge us? That is the word of Germans. So such is the development of chemical engineering in Germany. One of the biggest library in Australia, was managed by one Professor Karpaya, who was the librarian, and he was very, very happy to help all our BTech students to get all these abstract and journals in that. Dr. Laddha was getting funds from various foreign countries. At that time, funding was very difficult. And he requested the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Jayavel, to allow him to free hand to apply for United States aid funds. Under PL 480, AC Tech was recognized as one of the recipients of the PL 480 funds, and he started receiving a lot of glass items. And at the end of the room was the glass doors, where we have stacked a lot of columns. Distillation columns, cooling tower, heat exchange problem, mantle heaters, and all other glass columns have been received by Dr. Laddha under PL 480. You know, as a BTech students, as a MTech students, everybody utilized that and started constructing their own unit using these glass equipment, because Dr. G.S. Laddha encouraged research scholars to design and develop their own equipment instead of buying from other sites.
Across from the
So we started doing that.
And
but
where the sergeant would greet.
With these columns, we cannot construct certain things.
And started
during that
their
time,
own
people
unit
used to shuttle to IIT
using
Madras.
this glass equipment.
Because
Dr. G.S. Laddha encouraged research scholars
so we don't have glass
to design and develop their own equipment instead of buying from other sites.
Across from the
So we started
post.
doing that. So at that
And
time, but
where the sergeant would greet.
With these columns, we cannot construct certain things.
one doctor
And started
during that
their
time,
own
people
unit
used to shuttle to IIT
using
Madras.
this
He
glass
was doing
equipment.
very well.
Because Dr. G.S. Laddha encouraged research scholars
So we don't have
to
glass.
design and develop their own equipment instead of buying from other sites.
Across from the
So we started doing that. So at that time, but
where the sergeant would greet.
with this column, we cannot construct certain things. And started during their own unit using this glass equipment.
Very well.
Because Dr. G.S. Laddha encouraged research scholars
So we don't have
to
glass.
design and develop their own equipment instead of buying from other sites.
Across from the
So we started doing that. So at that time, but
where the sergeant would greet.
with this column, we cannot construct certain things. And started during their own unit using this glass equipment.
Very well.
Because Dr. G.S. Laddha encouraged research scholars
So we don't have
to
glass.
design and develop their own equipment instead of buying from other sites. So we started doing that. So at that time, but
Where the sergeant would greet.
with this column, we cannot construct certain things. And started during their own
Everybody has been coming and visiting.
very well. Dr. G.S. Laddha encouraged research scholars so we don't have to design and develop their own equipment instead of buying from other sites.
Dr. G.S.
So we started doing that. With this column, we cannot construct certain things. And started during their own
such a great support. Dr. Laddha
Professor has got more
Ramasami, because he's a real worker for this.
than 100 PhDs in the
So we are unfortunate to have
such a great support.
been attached to
Dr. Laddha Professor has got more from because he's a real
Anyway,
worker for
we are
this.
now here.
100
Very
PhDs
grateful
in the
to we are unfortunate to
such
have
a great support.
great help The Laddha also welcomed more Ramasami because he's a real worker. Yeah, no, he has 100 PhDs in the We are unfortunate to have such a great support. The Laddha also welcomed more Ramasami because he's a real colleges. About nearly 450. Great support. The Laddha also welcomed more Ramasami because he's a real colleges. Various academic curriculum. At the time, great support. The Laddha also welcomed more Ramasami because he's a real colleges. Various academic curriculum. At the time, great support. The Laddha also welcomed more Ramasami. Thank you very much.
Expressing your thoughts with us, sir. Nostalgia is never complete without family.
Thank you very much.
Mrs. Reminiscences, daughter of late Professor Dr. G.S. Laddha, to share a few words with us.
Faculty members and the Alumni Association. This is a very emotional and nostalgic moment for me. My father dedicated his entire life to AC Tech. This is indeed a testament to his hard work and determination in bringing AC Tech to such an international levels. I have many happy memories as a child. He was always protective and gentle of me, never scolding me, and always encouraging me to read and pursue my hobby of dancing. Moment for me. My father dedicated his entire life to AC Tech. Presence. This is indeed a testament of him to his hard work and determination with his warm and loving personality to such an international. He enjoyed photography. I have many happy memories as a child. He was always protective and gentle. To pose around the house, never scolding me, and always encouraged to the Gymkhana to read and very emotional and nostalgic moment for me. But these were my father dedicated his entire life to AC Tech. Presence. This is indeed a testament of him to his hard work and determination with his warm and loving personality to such an international. He enjoyed photography. I have many happy memories as a child. He was always protective and gentle. To pose around the house, never scolding me, and always encouraged to the Gymkhana to read and very emotional and nostalgic moment for me. But these were my father dedicated his. I have many happy memories as a child. He was always protective and gentle. To pose around the house, never scolding me, and always encouraged to the Gymkhana to read and very emotional and nostalgic moment for me. But these were my father dedicated his. I have many happy memories as a child. My father dedicated his. I have many happy memories as a child.
The second nostalgic moment, of course, is that I was also a student of his. Things have already been said about Professor G.S. Laddha, about his work, about his ability to administer. But as a family member, I think what I would like to do is chronicle his life in a brief way. So I'll first start with a simple thing. Everybody knows him as Dr. G.S.L. But what is Dr. G.S.L.? What does G stand for? I'm not too sure how many people know that. Yeah, it's Ganesh. It's Ganesh, that's right, you know. Now, why was he named Ganesh? No, because he was born on Ganesh Chaturthi. That was the reason why he was born, why he was named Ganesh. Now, in Indian mythology, Ganesh is supposed to be one of the most intelligent of gods. And I think it fits very true to his name because he lived up to that, you know. Another thing, a good coincidence is that my father was born on Mahashivratri day. Mahashivratri, you know, Shivji is of course father of Ganesh, and this just happened in this case that my father was born on Mahashivratri and he was born on the Ganesh Chaturthi day, you know. What I'll probably like to say is, starting from his childhood, he has always been a very meritorious student. All through his schooling, college, later on in the university, At every stage, he was at the top. Probably, maybe, my father was an educationist as well as a very successful lawyer, and that might have somehow got rubbed down to him also. So he was into education, but at the same time, this was the time when Indian freedom movement was at peak, when he was young as a student. And I think that patriotism runs into him as well. He was very motivated and influenced by Tilak. Bal Gandhar Tilak, he was one of the freedom fighters. Tilak had given a clarion call that, I'll just speak in Marathi, Swaraj maza janmasiddha adhikara hai ani to mi milavnarach. That is, freedom is my birthright and I'll take it one way or the other. That was the time when the Britishers had put a lot of restrictions on gatherings so that people could not get together and discuss or talk about the freedom. So what Tilak did was, he said that I will convert that. At that time in Maharashtra, Ganesh Puja was a very, very popular festival. But it was done at home most of the time. And what Tilak thought the best way is to convert that to a public gathering, which nobody could stop. Even the British could not stop that. And a lot of people started doing public gathering of Ganesh Utsav. Professor Laddha also got involved in that, and started public Ganesh Utsav, but initially clandestinely at home, but later on it became a public event, and that was something which he started, and it got continued till late 60s when it was finally stopped. We had that process almost continuously for 30, 40 years. So that was the kind of patriotism that he had even as a young student. He was always interested in academics and research work. He got married at a very early age, about 22. And then he got the opportunity of going to USA for his master's and PhD. He left his young wife here for 5 years and went there just because he was very keen to complete his studies and do research. He came back, started, not many people know that he started an aluminum industry in we come from a very small town called Amravati in Maharashtra. So he started an aluminum industry over there, production industry, but hello, Mindra. But his love for academics was always driving him to various places. So he came to Madras, got invited by Dr. Mudliyar, and immediately took plunge. He left the aluminum industry, joined ACTech, and made Madras as his, or Tamil Nadu as his karma bhumi for lifetime. So he left Maharashtra and stayed here, and I think more or less entire life he just devoted to this place now. There are a few things about him. At the time when he was a director here as the education, the salaries of staff members was meager. And he being a brilliant chemical engineer, he was approached by a very leading industrialist to join the company by offering him 3 times the salary of what he was getting here in ACTech. But he refused. He said, I love my freedom and I love my own research and I'm not going anywhere. So this was the kind of commitment that he had to education and to ACTech. I'll now recall something interesting. My association with him really began when I joined ACTech. Now Dr. Anand and others have said that, students used to be very scared of him all the time. I had no idea because as a family member, he was a very loving person. But when I joined ACTech, and the first talk he had given as an introductory talk was right in this room, and after finishing the talk, we all first year students came out. And the moment we came out, we were accosted by the second year students, second or third year students who were just waiting to pounce on us for ragging. So I was also accosted in one corner here. And the first thing they said is, come on, tell us your name. So I said, let us forget about the name, just tell me what is to be done, then I'll do it. They said, no, insisted, no, you have to tell me your name, who you are. Again I said, let it be, name doesn't matter, you just tell me what to do. Third time they insisted, no, we have to tell you, you have to tell your name. So I quietly said Satish Laddha, and within seconds, everybody just disappeared from there. So that was the first time I realized what kind of clout he had in the institute, and what kind of, how people are scared of him. In the second year, I don't want to go into that, but the second year we had a strike in that was the first time. And that was when I first noticed how strict he could be to quell the strike. These things were very different for us because we had seen a very different picture of him all the time. He is known for a lot of his research work in chemical industry, but not many people know that he had made a very significant contribution to other fields as well. One of the things that he had informed me, that he had developed a mathematical model to understand the socio-economic effect of putting up any large industry in any area, specifically for Tamil Nadu. If an industry comes up, he said that how this one particular industry, whether it could be automotive or chemical or whatever, in what kind of other ancillary industries it could possibly build up, and how the society can benefit from that, how people gather together here. So this mathematical model that he had done was actually presented to the government of Tamil Nadu, and this was a very significant contribution other than the chemical engineering that we normally associate with him. My other interaction with him, or rather I would say with the international community, was when I joined University of Cambridge as a postdoctoral student. And he, along with Professor Laddha, along with Mr. Ramani, they had come to London for some work. So when I came to know, I just informed Professor Davidson and Professor Dankpers that Dr. Laddha is in London, and I think we should, if it's okay with you, we should call him here. They readily agreed, and they said, come, please do call him. And they sent an invitation to him. He came to Cambridge. We had a nice gathering, and with interaction with all the staff members, professors in chemical engineering, one could see the kind of respect they had for Professor Laddha. That was something in international, everybody knows that. He had invited a lot of people here, but even outside, how much respect he commanded, that could be seen from this kind of interaction. I think I would end it, this brief talk, by saying that we as a family here are probably extremely grateful to God that we are born in the same family as Professor Laddha. And I think he will continue to be a beacon of inspiration for practically all the generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I kindly request Mr. Anand Kabra, grandson of late Professor Dr. G.S. Laddha, to share a few words with us.
Okay, I think that'll work. Good afternoon, everybody, and Thank you for being here. I'm Anant, Dr. Laddha's grandson. Better. Thanks. Many people have spoken about Dr. Laddha's genius, his dedication, his commitment to his field. I knew him only as Nanaji. For me, he was the person who spoilt me rotten whenever I came to vacation here in Chennai. He was the one who would take us out for ice creams and cakes and things like that. A lot of people have spoken about his love for the institute and for his field. There were two other loves that actually for me as a grandson benefited me quite a bit. The first one was his love for gardening. He had a beautiful garden that he had lovingly prepared around his house. There was a nice little lawn in the front, fruit trees in the back, and we as little kids used to love climbing those trees and eating the fruits off of there, limes and guavas and custard apples and papayas and mangoes. In the rainy season, the place would have a lot of water, so we would float little paper boats. So I really remember those memories with him very fondly. He would be sitting over there in his white wicker chair, looking out at us while we played in the yard. His second love was his Fiat. And we would just wait while he would take out his Fiat to take us out to go to the beach in the evenings, or go for ice cream, or go to Adiyar Bakery for cakes and pastries. So he kind of, I mean, for us here, the kind of person he was, like Satish Naraji just said, it was a very different personality that we got to see of him as family members. So while I was here waiting and everybody was speaking, a lot of his students came up to me and introduced themselves as the batch of 60 or the batch of 72 or the batch of 84 with like fond remembrance in their eyes. And I mean, listening to a lot of the giants over here speak about him with such reverence and respect, while I remember a lot of fond memories about him, this kind of makes me feel a little bit sad that I didn't know him as an educator or a mentor. So I'm really happy to be a part of this initiative to kind of really understand for the first time the impact that he has had on the field that he was in, on the lives of the people that he has touched. So thank you everybody for allowing me to be a part of this and for being a part of it as well. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. The stage is now open to anyone who wishes to pour out their memories about this memorable man.
Yeah, good afternoon. I am Ashok Mimani, a student of batch of 77. Till now you have been hearing all the smart people. Now I have come I thought you should listen to a not so smart person also. I am sure Professor Rajendran and Professor Mohan will vouch for that I am not one of the smarter ones. Well, while listening to everybody, I just penned a few lines. Writing poetry is one of my hobbies. So I hope I have done justice to him. Dr. G.S. Laddha was a gentleman to the core. Dr. G.S. Laddha was a gentleman to the core, which could be seen by the simple clothes he wore. With a very, very understanding wife, parting knowledge to youth was his life. He was a satisfied person. He didn't want more. Although he had immense ability, he believed in a life of simplicity. He could stand out in a crowd. He made all of us very proud, but he was the epitome of humility. He never ever took any leave. In his case, it is easy to believe. All he thought of was his work, his responsibility he didn't shirk. He has left a legacy which is difficult to conceive. He was famous within and outside our nation. One reason was the Laddha-Smith equation. But this was just a small part. Research had a very big place in his heart. mediocrity was simply not an option. Then finally, as students, we were very, very scared. As students, we were very, very scared. To talk to him, none of us ever dared. Throughout college, we remained in doubt because we didn't try to find out. Actually, the welfare of his students, he truly cared. Thank you.
Good evening to all. I am Anbalagan. I am from 83 batch. I am very much proud, and it's a pleasure for me to come and participate in this centenary year of Dr. G.S. Laddha. I am really happy to see my all teachers, some of them here. So I'm very happy. So at that time, Dr. Laddha was director, but I didn't have much interaction with him. But really, Dr. Rajendran told so many things today, which I come to know. When I studied 5 years, I didn't know all these things. So it's a beauty. So as everyone said, I don't have to say much about Dr. G.S. Laddha. It's international figure, and so much he has done for the Indian industry. And then I got so many inspirational and motivational speech from today's so many people. I thank the organizers, and I'm really happy. I'm the ex-alumni of SETech. Thank you all.
I express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for attending this afternoon session. There'll now be a short tea break, after which a light music session will be conducted by Bharat Melodies. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, good evening, folks. Just bear with us a few moments. We got the stage a bit late, so we're just getting it ready. And we guys were reminiscing a lot about this floor, where a lot of important lectures took place, and we never attended. So this was the place. We're trying to find out where we would have come if we had attended. So just a few minutes, and we'll take you back to the 70s and 60s with some lovely songs. Hindi and a few Tamil also. Okay, good evening, gentlemen and a few ladies. It's lovely for us, the 1971 batch, to be back here in this particular hall. It holds so many memories for us. As I told you, we remember the classes we didn't attend here. I'm sorry to say most of them were Dr. Laddha's classes. And Dr. T.K. Manika was even brilliant. He was such a nice person who was an expert in maths. He would turn this head and keep on writing. So it was easy for us to sit. It's really lovely to be back because these 5 years, and believe me, I would like to swear on everything here that I didn't do my duty. Our names flashed all over the tables for our cultural activities, for sports, and so many other things. Ravi Chandar was our captain for the cricket team. He won the cup for us so many times here. Please give him a big hand. And I don't know the number of cups and prizes that Bhargav and I got every year that we performed in any of these competitions. We just had to go in and we could see the other colleges just bending their head down and saying, oh my God, it's gone today. Bhargav was going to get the best singer and YGM for the best percussionist, because at that point of time I was probably the only guy playing drums and tabla and bongos at the same time. What Laddha gave us was a lot of confidence. I remember still that he used to appreciate us when we went to his room and gave him the cup. But then he would always have a lurking doubt in his smile to know how many classes we cut for rehearsals. And that was because when he used to see on stage, there were only 5 or 6 of us performing. But when we went for a competition to some other college, 15 of us would go. The others were hangers-on for attendance. And especially if the competition was in Stella Maris or Etheridge College or SIAT, wow, it was a full house for us. 15 of us would go in. 5 of us would be on stage. Within a jiffy, 10 of us would be lost. They'd be there somewhere. So anyway, we boys became men in these 5 years of AC College. We can never forget the memories here. So many memories. I mean, if you just walk along, I think it was like one of those, it'll go back to the previous birth or something like that. We've got so many memories. And this particular room, we have done performances here. Bhargav and I have performed here. I gave a toast so many times, which Sukumar mentioned. I still remember one of the jokes which Ravi just reminded me. I am sure you all remember Professor Chennai, who was one of the leading lights of our college. He used to come in an old car with Mr. Jagannath. The car was ready to fall apart at any time. So my joke on that was, both of them went to Anand Theatre for a movie. They parked the car, and the parking attendant came and said, sir, 2 rupees. And Chennai said, sold. I remember the man who laughed most for it was Chennai himself. And I can't forget Dr. Laddha's face when I introduced him to the students saying, please come here and see the visiting Professor Dr. Laddha of this college. But every time he saw me, I remember he used to say, YG, you're doing wonderfully in all your cultural, but I think somewhere I feel that one good engineering student lost his seat because of you. That was a standard comment whenever he saw me. I think he said it to my wife also during my wedding. Anyway, lovely memories here. So we want to go back to those days when Bhargav and I used to sing those lovely songs. When music was at its peak also. Education was at its peak because of persons like Dr. Laddha. We were never known as AC Tech students. We were always called Dr. Laddha students. That was the name he gave us.
And all those Laddha students are doing so well all over the world. And one thing, let me assure you, this 71 batch, every one of us, maybe not all of us are doing chemical engineering. The only thing I remember about chemical engineering is H2SO4 is sulfuric acid, that's all. But everyone is doing well in his chosen field, whether here or in banks or whatever it is, our set, we really lit up those 5 years. So we have come back to do that for you and in memory of Dr. Laddha, especially when Renuji asked me, called me and said, would you come and do the music here because you guys played for my marriage. And I told her, we played for your marriage and you're still happily married? Lovely. So I said, I must do this for you. So let's start with a lovely song of the 60s. I'm going to start with a Tamil song. I think a lot of you will remember, it's an iconic picture in those days. It came in all languages. It was called Kadhalikku Neramalai, one of the finest comedies that was ever taken. It came out in Hindi as Pyar Kiye Ja and all that stuff. It's a lovely song with two lovers singing about their marriage day. The song goes like Nalam Nalam Tirunalam. It's such a lovely song. And today, definitely, celebrating Laddha's centenary, Nalam Nalam Tirunalam is very good. I'm going to invite two special singers here for me. Where is Anusha Karthik? Please come on to the stage. This way. Wait a minute, I'll call you later. Please wish her well because today is her birthday. You are 16, am I right? Oh, thank you. And with the world and the worldly things that go around him. But music is in his blood. He doesn't look at any book or anything. Any song you ask him to sing, he just reels off. After that, he doesn't react or anything like that. But music is his love. He is going to sing that wonderful song that P.B. Srinivas and Sushila sang, Nalam Nalam Tirunalam, with my orchestra. Please give them a big hand, the YG Melody Makers. He's my manager. Where is it? You want to introduce the artist? We'll introduce it a little later. So Anusha and Wow Karthik are going to give you that lovely song from Kadhalikku Neramalai. Let's start with that.
Hello. Hello.
Ready? 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. கன்னிகை மேகங்கள் என்னும் இந்திரன் தேனில் வல்வாராம் இளைய கன்னிகை மேகங்கள் என்னும் இந்திரன் தேனில் வல்வாராம் மணமகன் மன்னன் மார்பினில் மணமகன் மன்னன் மார்பினில் அது காதல் தேவனின் காவியம்.
அதில் ஒருவர் ராகமாம் ஒருவர் தாளமாம் இருவர் ஊடலே பாடலாம்.
ஓ இளமையன் என்ற ரகசியம் இதை வாதம் பார்த்தவள் ஆயிரம். இந்த இனமை போகலாம் முதமை சேனலாம் இருவர் காதலம் மாறுமோ. வருவானாம் நானாம் நானாம் திருநானா. Thank you.
So that's just a start, a sample of what you're going to get for another 1 or 1.5 hours. Now, shall we call the hero of AC Tech in those days and even now? Let's invite our great Bhargav Mehta onto the stage. Come along, Bhargav, come along. You are the hero. She didn't ask who's the hero, your wife asked. And Babiji, I want to tell you something you probably didn't know. All of us studied here and got just 1 degree in chemical engineering. Bhargav is the only person who got 2 degrees, a degree in chemical engineering and a degree in architecture also.
Hello.
My friends will know what I mean by that.
Before I start, I just want to acknowledge the effort which Renu took. I was in the US and she rang up and she said, can you organize this? Because the whole day everybody will be talking technical or something about, chemical engineering. We want something light. Can you organize something? And if you can tell Mahendra. I said, okay, I'll do that. And believe me, we did it in half an hour. I think probably we just organized everything because Mahin said, yes, we will do it. So acknowledgement of thanks to you for us to be here today, and we are honored, really. This is the song we played at IIT Madras for the competition. मोहब्बत है ये उनका है काम महबूब का जो बस लेते हुए नाम मर जाए मिट जाए हो जाए बदनाम कहने तो छोड़ो भी जाने दो यार ना करेंगे प्यार कहने तो छोड़ो जाने दो यार ना करेंगे यार टूटे अगर सागर नया सागर कोई ले ले मेरे खुदा दिल से कोई किसी के न खेले टूटे अगर सागर नया सागर कोई ले ले मेरे खुदा दिल से कोई किसी के न खेले दिल टूट जाए तो क्या हो अंजाम हम ये जो मोहब्बत है टूटा है काम महबूब का जो बस लेते हुए नाम मर जाए मिट जाए हो जाए बदनाम कहने तो छोड़ो भी जाने दो यार ना करेंगे प्यार कहने तो छोड़ो भी जाने दो यार हम ना करेंगे प्यार आंखें किसी से ना उलझ जाए मैं डरता हूँ यारों हसीनों की गली से मैं गुजरता हूँ आंखें किसी से ना उलझ जाए मैं डरता हूँ यारों हसीनों की गली से मैं गुजरता हूँ बस दूर ही से करके सलाम ये जो मोहब्बत है ये उनका है काम अरे महबूब का जो बस लेते हुए नाम मर जाए मिट जाए हो जाए बदनाम कहने तो छोड़ो भी जाने दो यार ना करेंगे प्यार कहने तो छोड़ो भी जाने दो यार हम ना करेंगे प्यार Thank you.
So, even in those days, we had a very good orchestra. At this moment, I should remember one of the finest guitarists we had with us in those days who studied here. Unfortunately, he's up there, not with us anymore. Let's all dedicate this song to M.G. Ramanan, a very fine guitarist, who used to play for us so well. And we got a prize in IIT, is what Bhargav reminds me. He got for the best singer and I got for best percussionist. I don't think there was anybody else in the competition, but anyway, it's okay. We won. So now I'm going to introduce another good singer, Mr. Bala, who's part of my troupe. He works in the Hindu. In spite of that, he's a good fellow. And he's going to sing one of the finest songs that Kishore Das sang in those days. I'm not going to tell you any about this song because once they start, you'll start join with us. That's all. Yeah, he has something to inform you. Renu, you must know about this. I believe he applied here for admission after his PUC 1974. He was interviewed by Dr. Laddha and Professor Shantappa. And after an extensive interview, he didn't get the seat. So he had to wait for 50 years to get admission into AC College. He got it today.
Check, 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 check.
मुसाफिर हूँ यारो, नगर है ना ठिकाना। मुसाफिर हूँ यारो, नगर है ना ठिकाना। मुझे चलते जाना है, बस चलते जाना। मुसाफिर हूँ यारो, नगर है ना ठिकाना। मुझे चलते जाना है, बस चलते जाना। एक राह रुक गई तो और जुड़ गई। मैं मुड़ा तो साथ साथ राह मुड़ गई। हवा के परों पर मेरा आशियाना। मुसाफिर हूँ यारो, नगर है ना ठिकाना। मुझे चलते जाना है, बस चलते जाना। दिन ने हाथ काम कर इधर बिठा लिया। रात ने इशारे से उधर बुला लिया। सुबह से शाम से मेरा दोस्ताना। मुसाफिर हूँ यारो, नगर है ना ठिकाना। मुझे चलते जाना है, बस चलते जाना। मुसाफिर हूँ यारो, नगर है ना ठिकाना। मुझे चलते जाना है, बस चलते जाना।
Hindu Bala, that was well done. You're too good for Hindu. Thank you. And now we have one of the finest singers who's going around the light music circuit for Hindi songs, Ganga Sittarsu. She's going to give you such a peppy number from the film. Okay, let me tell you. It's sung by Wahida Rahman. Guide, exactly, you got it. Wahida Rahman looking so lovely, and our famous Devanand shaking his head all along like this.
check. 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 కొంచెం ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ కొట్టు ఫ్రంట్ ఇట్లా కొంచెం कांटों से खींच के आंचल तोड़ते बंधन बांधे पायल कांटों से खींच के आंचल तोड़ते बंधन बांधे पायल कोई ना रोके दिल की उड़ान को दिल वो चला आज फिर जीने की तमन्ना है आज फिर मरने का इरादा है आज फिर जीने की तमन्ना है आज फिर मरने का इरादा है अपने ही बस में नहीं मैं दिल है कहीं तो हूँ कहीं मैं अपने ही बस में नहीं मैं दिल है कहीं तो हूँ कहीं मैं जाने क्या पाया मेरी जिंदगी ने हंसकर कहा आज फिर जीने की तमन्ना है आज फिर मरने का इरादा है आज फिर जीने की तमन्ना है आज फिर मरने का इरादा है मैं हूँ गुबार या तूफान हूँ कोई बताए मैं कहाँ हूँ मैं हूँ गुबार या तूफान हूँ कोई बताए मैं कहाँ हूँ डर है सबर में कहीं न जाऊँ मैं रास्ता नया आज फिर जीने की तमन्ना है आज फिर मरने का इरादा है आज फिर जीने की तमन्ना है आज फिर मरने का इरादा है
Hello, hello. Mahendra, just one thing which डॉक्टर लद्दा के लिए जो कुछ भी हम बोलेंगे वो बीटेक केमिकल इंजीनियरिंग का हम बिल्कुल बात नहीं कर पाएंगे. So sorry about it because Suku knows I know only one equation, Q is equal to UA delta T. Bas. Beyond that, I don't know anything. But what he gave us was a fantastic foundation, at least to me. And he knew, okay, he gave me admission. Very few people know that, even Mahendra doesn't know this. So one day, you know, his friend, Mr. Sahai of Kothari's, you know, he was a good friend of doctor. So he recommended my name. And from Gujarat Kota, he suggested my name. Who? Dr. Laddha. Okay. And he said, at that time, that was first, yeah, recommended my name. Yeah, so he was in a very good mood. And, and he never forgot that, you know, he said, Bhargav, आप बहुत अच्छा गा रहे हो. So मैंने बोला कि डॉक्टर साहब आप कभी सुना है? हम गाते हैं मगर आपने कभी सुना है? नहीं आप ऐसा करो, घर आओ, खाना खाओ और थोड़ा गाना आप गा सकते हो मेरे लिए. Can you believe this? You were not at home, Renu, at that time. Okay. This is my favorite song, okay? Kaka's song, Rajesh Khanna. E. तूफान के का जोर किसी का, मौजों का दोष नहीं है, ये दोष है और किसी का। मुझे धार में नैया डोले तो माझी पार लगाए, माझी जो नाव डुबोए उसे कौन बचाए, ओ उसे कौन बचाए। गारी Thank you.
Imagine Bhargav singing such lovely songs with all the architecture girls in front of him. No wonder he got a double degree in architecture and chemical engineering. Shruti is laughing. She knows all about it. Yeah, I know. Shruti, I congratulate you. You married him in spite of all this. Lovely. Now, I got another friend of mine who's just come in now, Ramesh Pattabhiraman. I got my kabash and morocco's ready for these two guys to play. They refuse to come on stage. Are you guys coming or not? No. I know this is a men's college, but still, you usually used to play in Etraj and Stella Maris and SIT and all that. It's okay. Here's another lovely song from the birthday kid, Anusha. She's going to sing it in 2 languages because the movie Okonti, it came in Tamil also, Yarni. One of the finest music directors who did this for us, Madan Mohan ji. Immortal song. In Hindi, Madan Mohan was the original. Veda did a Xerox copy of it in Tamil. In those days, there was no Xerox copy. Let's call it cyclostyle. And she's going to sing in both the languages. Such a lovely song. I really love this song. இந்த மாதிரி கிளாஸ்ல என்னைக்காவது டவுட் கேட்டிருக்கியா நீ? இங்க உட்காந்து நடுவில் பேசி உயிரவாகிறியா? was really splendidly done. And genuinely now, happy birthday. Now I'm going to call a special child onto the stage to sing one of the best songs ever composed in Tamil by M.S. Vishwanathan, sung by P.B. Srinivas in the Raga Bhageshwari, Nilave Yenidam Mayangade, one of the finest songs that we've ever seen. And whenever this song is played, SPB used to sing this on stage as a tribute to PBS. And every time in our show, when SPB sang for it, it so happened that I had the pleasure of playing tabla for it. So let me have the pleasure of playing tabla for our wow Kartika.
One, two, three, four. Two. One. Two, three, do. 1, 2, 3, 4. நிலவே என்னிடம் நெருங்காதே, நீ நினைக்கும் இடத்தில் நான் இல்லை. நிலவே என்னிடம் நெருங்காதே, நீ நினைக்கும் இடத்தில் நான் இல்லை. என்னிடம் மயங்காதே, நீ மயங்கும் வகையில் நான் என்னை. நிலவே என்னிடம் நெருங்காதே, நீ நினைக்கும் இடத்தில் நான் என்னை. கோதையில் நூல் நாள் மழை வரலாம், என் கோலத்தில் இனிமேல் என் வல்மோ. கோதையில் நூல் நாள் மழை வரலாம், என் கோலத்தில் இனிமேல் என் வல்மோ. பானையில் ஒரு நாள் கொதி வரலாம், என் பாவையில் இனிமேல் சுகவருமோ. நிலவே என்னிடம் நெருங்காதே, நீ நினைக்கும் இடத்தில் நான் இல்லை. ஊமையின் கனவை யாரறிவாய், ஊமையின் கனவை யாரறிவாய். இன்னுலத்தின் கதவை யார் திறப்பார். மூடிய மேகம் கலையும் முன்னே நீ பாதவனாயோ வெண்ணிலவே. நிலவே என்னிடம் நெருங்காதே, நீ நினைக்கும் இடத்தில் நான் இல்லை. அமைதியில்லாத நேரத்திலே, அமைதியில்லாத நேரத்திலே அந்த ஆண்டவன் என்னையே படைத்து விட்டான். நிம்மதி இழந்து நான் அறிந்தேன், இந்த நிலையில் உன்னை தூதுவிட்டான். நிலவே என்னிடம் நெருங்காதே, நீ நினைக்கும் இடத்தில் நான் இல்லை. என்னிடம் மயங்காதே, நீ மயங்கும் அழகை நான் என்னை நிலவே என்னிடம் நெருங்காதை நீ நினைக்கும் இடத்தில் ஆன் என்னை.
நான் உட்காந்தே அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணிடுறேன், கொஞ்சம் ஏறதுக்கு லேட் ஆகும். Oh yeah, now it's something close home. My daughter wanted to be part of this show. She said, you studied there, let me also contribute to the centenary. And so she's going to sing a lovely duet with our Hindu Bala from the film Shagir. So you can guess what song it's going to be.
Good evening to all of you here. It's wonderful to be part of this evening's program. It's so nice to see my father's classmates, all my chachas here, mamas, peripas, chitapas, everybody around. And I would have never studied engineering in my life. There's no way I would have done it, even though my dad and my grandmother were very particular, but then I said no. But I'm glad I'm on this stage because this is a stage where my father has performed as a college student, much before I was even thought of. So it's nice to be here to perform and my dad to play with me. I didn't know he was going to play. He didn't rehearse in the morning. So you better play okay? You have to play your drum solo like how your mother used to ask you. I don't know if how many of you know, if he came back from college culturals, the first thing my grandmother used to ask him was, drum solo was Jia. He had to play a drum solo, otherwise he wouldn't be given food in the house. So, and nice to have my mother here watch her husband and daughter perform. It's been ages since I sang, but I said I should be part of this event today. So thank you, Renuji, for giving us, our family, this opportunity today. Thank you. We're like the One Trap family. Urura poi kootadichitruppom.
वो है जरा खफा खफा तो नैन यूं चुराए हैं क्यों वो है जरा खफा खफा तो नैन यूं चुराए हैं क्यों
न भूल दूं तो क्या करूं, वो हंस के यूं बुलाए हैं कि हो रात रंग में दले मुझ पे तेरी जुल्फ कर कुले
मेरे संग हो गगन के छाँव के तले ये रुत यूं ही दूर तक चले
प्यार यूं जताए है कि हो दूर दूर तो क्या करूं वो हंस के यूं बुलाए है कि हो
ऐसे मत सताइए जरा तरस तो खाइए दिल के धड़कन मत जगाइए
कुछ नहीं कहूँगा मैं ना आखिरियाँ झुकाई है सर को कांधे से उठाइए
ऐसे नींद आए कि वो है जरा खफा खफा तो नैन यूं चुराए है कि वो है जरा खफा खफा तो नैन यूं चुराए है कि
तो क्या करूं वो हंस के यूं बुलाए
Bhargav is going to come up now and sing one of his classic songs. Yeah. This is something he wanted to particularly sing today, a Rafi Saab's song. And I think he'll tell you more about it than I can. Number 13.
Hello. See, Ramesh and Ravi were the two friends of mine who appreciated lyrics during our college days. Okay, Hindi was not that familiar with most of my classmates, and I wanted to sing some expression songs of Rafi. And so Ranganathan karke another friend of mine, Ranganathan, brilliant student, So he meticulously, he would study and all that. So he asked me what song we want to sing. I said, I want to sing an expression song of Rafi. So I told him, Na jhatko zulf se pani, ye moti phut jayenge. So then he asked me, so can you translate it in English? Now, Mahendra knows everybody, the humor is very close to Mahendra, so he knows that you have to get it or you don't get it. You can't translate it or you can't explain a joke, So he asked me to translate Na jhatko zulf se pani ye moti phut jayenge. So I explained it to Ranga. That, a lady, who is, keeping her hair, she's combing her hair, and then wet hair, she's, shaking it like that, and therefore the droplets are all bursting. So he said, what's great in this? I don't see anything great in this. So told Mahendra I want to sing an expression song and the lyrics of Rajendra Kishan to the audience which understands the lyrics, and particularly you who writes poetry and all that. न झटको जुल्फ से पानी ये मोती फूट जाएंगे, तुम्हारा कुछ न बिगड़ेगा मगर दिल टूट जाएंगे. You're right there, Murli. Yeah. न झटको जुल्फ से पानी ये मोती फूट जाएंगे. न झटको जुल्फ से पानी ये मोती फूट जाएंगे. तुम्हारा कुछ न बिगड़ेगा मगर दिल टूट जाएंगे. न झटको जुल्फ से पानी. ये भीगी रात ये भीगा बदन ये हुस्न का आलम. ये भीगी रात ये भीगा बदन ये हुस्न का आलम. ये सब अंदाज मिलकर दो जहां को लूट जाएंगे. तुम्हारा कुछ न बिगड़ेगा मगर दिल टूट जाएंगे. न झटको जुल्फ से पानी. ये नाजुक लब है या आपस में दो लिपटी हुई कलियां. ये नाजुक लब है या आपस में दो लिपटी हुई कलियां. जरा इनको अलग कर दो तरन्नुम फूट जाएंगे. तुम्हारा कुछ न बिगड़ेगा मगर दिल टूट जाएंगे. न झटको जुल्फ से पानी. हमारी जान ले लेगा ये नीची आँख का जादू. हमारी जान ले लेगा ये नीची आँख का जादू. चलो अच्छा हुआ मरकर जहाँ को छूट जाएंगे. तुम्हारा कुछ न बिगड़ेगा मगर दिल टूट जाएंगे. न झटको जुल्फ से पानी ये मोती फूट जाएंगे. न झटको जुल्फ से पानी. Okay?
भी मेरा मन प्यासा, फिर भी मेरा मन प्यासा। मेरे नैना सावन बादों, फिर भी मेरा मन प्यासा, फिर भी मेरा मन प्यासा। ऐ दिल दीवाने, खेल है क्या जाने, दर्द बराए गीत कहाँ से इन होठों पे आए, दूर कहीं ले जाए। भूल गया क्या भूल के भी है मुझको याद जरा सा, फिर भी मेरा मन प्यासा। बात पुरानी है, एक कहानी है, अब सोचूं तुम्हें याद नहीं है, अब सोचूं नहीं भूले वो सावन के झूले। रुत आए रुत जाए देकर झूठा एक दिलासा, फिर भी मेरा मन प्यासा। बरसों बीत गए, हमको मिले बिछड़े, बिजुली बनकर गगन पे चमकी, बीते समय की रेखा मैंने तुमको देखा, मन संग आँख मिचाली खेले, आशा और निराशा, फिर भी मेरा मन प्यासा। मेरे नैना सावन बादों, फिर भी मेरा मन प्यासा, फिर भी मेरा मन प्यासा, फिर भी मेरा मन प्यासा। Thank you.
Somebody here left some cash மறந்து போய் வச்சிட்டாங்க near the camera. Anyone missing cash? அல்ல ஒருவேளை கேமராக்காரருக்கு தட்சணையாக கொடுத்தாரா தெரியல. Not much. it was much, I wouldn't have allowed it to be announced. It will be available with Mr. Ravi later. If some of you have missed it or if somebody is already gone. Oh, Ravi at the alumni office. Okay. Ravi, miss pandriya? Needa endu pona. Inda. Yeah, come. Sir, na vechikren. Na avladha inme varad. Yeah, come. Follow. This song, next one, is dedicated especially to my wife, Sudha, because when she was in college, she sang this song and won a special prize for it in a music competition. And would you believe it? She won it over a famous Carnatic singer who was also singing Carnatic songs in that same competition from the same college. She is Sudha Mahendra. She won it over Sudha Raghunathan. Ramesh, konjam varuthapaduvan, adu vera vishayam.
Check. Is okay? The mic okay? Check. Why can't she join me then?
Sudha, would you like to join her in the song?
Please. Check. बाहों में चलिया बाहों में चलिया ओ हमसे सनम क्या पर्दा ओ हमसे सनम क्या पर्दा ये आज था नहीं मिलन ये संग है उम्र भर का இன்னும் நிறைய ஷோஸ்ல பாட வைக்கணும்.
Anusha for another beautiful song in Tamil from the picture Ravi's favorite movie, Venniradai. என்ன வார்த்தைகளோ அது பாடிடலாம். Sudha, well done. I was shocked. I hope you'll stay with us just about 4 or 5 songs more, because we had planned it between 4 and 5:30. We started at 5, so it's getting a little delay. Kathala fix panningla. This song has a special place in our family because this was the first film of Jayavel. And when she was acting in this movie, she was part of our dramatic troupe. She was like a sister to me in those days. And in those days when we had rehearsals at home for a play in which she used to act, all my friends used to come to watch the rehearsals just to watch her. And the first among them is sitting here, Mr. R. Ravichandra. Let's have another peppy number. Randir Kapoor and Jai Badri duet. Can you guess which song? Jaane Ja.
जाने जा ढूंढता फिर रहा हूँ तुम्हें रात दिन मैं यहाँ से वहाँ जाने जा ढूंढता फिर रहा हूँ तुम्हें रात दिन मैं यहाँ से वहाँ मुझको आवाज दो चुप गए हो सनम तुम कहाँ तुम कहाँ जाने जा ढूंढता फिर रहा हूँ तुम्हें रात दिन मैं यहाँ से वहाँ ओ मेरे हमसफर प्यार की राह पर साथ चले हम, मगर क्या खबर हो तुम खड़े मेरे दिल में छुपे और मुझे कुछ पता ना चला पास हो तुम खड़े मेरे दिल में छुपे और मुझे कुछ पता ना चला
दिल ने देखा नहीं देखा सारा जहां तुम कहाँ
मैं यहाँ
तुम कहाँ
मैं यहाँ जाने जा ढूंढता फिर रहा हूँ तुम्हें रात दिन मैं यहाँ से वहाँ
मुझको आवाज दो चुप गए हो सनम तुम कहाँ
मैं यहाँ
तुम कहाँ
मैं यहाँ
Wow, that was splendid. Ganga and Bala, that was really splendid. I think now it's about time I have to introduce the orchestra to you. Such lovely players. My manager and the team arranger, Mr. Ramu, who's been with me for a long time. Here. Satish on the main keyboard. Praveen on the keyboard again. Rajashekar, a very senior artist, on the guitar. And this lovely young man who's wanted by every music director today, Raghu on the flute. Bobji on the clarinet and wind instruments. My old friend Bob on the percussion. His son Prasanna on the drums and pads. Nathan, one tabla, is a very good player. And the main tabla player, Pandu. And of course, me joining them on anything that makes a sound. That's all. Now I just call Anusha and Bala onto the stage for a lovely Tamil song duet. It's just a selfish there because I would like to join them with a whistle. I developed this whistling because inspired by Bhargav Mehta, nothing else. He used to sing and get all the girls. I couldn't sing, I had a bad voice. So I decided to whistle and get them. Ready? Ready?
நீரோடும் வைகையிலே நின்றாடும் மீனே
யோரும் கானகத்தில் கைகாட்டும் வானே
தாதாட்டும் வானகத்தில் பாலூட்டும் வெண்ணிலவே
திம்மாங்கு பூந்தமிழே தென்னாடல் குலமகளே
நீரோடும் வைகையிலே நின்றாடும் மீனே நெய்யூரும் கானகத்தில் கை காட்டும் மானே தாலாட்டும் வானகத்தில் பாலூட்டும் வெண்ணிலவே தெம்மாங்கு பூந்தமிழே தென்னாடு குலமகளே
மகளே உன்னை தேடி நின்றாளே மங்கை இந்த மங்கள மங்கை
வருவாய் என்று வாழ்த்தி நின்றாரே எங்கள் இருமுகமும் ஒரு முகத்தின் வெள்ளமல்லவா அரிரோ 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 அரோ நீரோடும் வைகையிலே நீந்தாடும் மீனே நெய்யூரும் கானகத்தில் கை காட்டும் மானே தானாட்டும் வானகத்தில் பாலூட்டும் வெண்ணிலவே தெம்மாங்கு பூந்தமிழே தென்னாடன் குலமகளே
No Hindi program will be complete without a song by O.P. Nayyar. What lovely songs he has given with the combination of Asha. And this is one of the best that Ganga is going to sing for us.
हमसे रोशन है चांद और तारे, हमको दामन समझिए गैरत का। उठ गए हम मगर ज़माने से, नाम मिट जाएगा मोहब्बत का। दिल है नाजुक कली से फूलों से, ये न टूटे ख्याल रखिएगा। और अगर आपसे ये टूट गया, जाने जाए इतना ही समझिएगा। फिर कोई बावरे मोहब्बत की अपनी जुल्फे नहीं सवारेगी। औरती फिर किसी कन्हैया की कोई राधा नहीं उतारेगी। लिख दो किताबे दिल पे कोई ऐसी दास्तां जिस बेमिसाल दे न सके सो तो आसमां लिख दो किताबे दिल पे कोई ऐसी दास्तां जिस बेमिसाल दे न सके सो तो आसमां चाहत की बाह डाले हजारों में ले चलो दिल झूम जाए ऐसी बहारों में ले चलो आओ हुजूर तुमको सितारों में ले चलो दिल झूम जाए ऐसी बहारों में ले चलो आओ हुजूर थैंक यू
things must come to an end, so we just have one more song. We were given 1.5 hours, so we're going to finish it right on time. And of course, the climax song. Who else can sing it but our own Bhargav Mehta? This song has a special importance for us. No. वो सब आप बताइए बात में भाई. I just tell you. Probably we played this song long back. The first time as an orchestra we played outside the college and outside music competition for a special function. Some of us will remember it. It was a celebration of a golf victory in a French house. So this song got him a lot of name. It's from the film Sacha Juta. Kishore Das, wonderful song.
Kishore Das song, and this is dedicated to my friend Ramesh. The wordings are very, very appropriate for Ramesh. Dil ko dekho, chehra na dekho. चेहरों ने लाखों को लूटा.
मुझे समझ में नहीं आया क्या है उसमें इम्पोर्टेंस.
दिल को देखो चेहरा ना देखो. That is speciality of Ramesh.
अच्छा.
Yeah, so we have to sing this. And
you had to come all the way from Hyderabad to tell this, huh?
All the way. Shruti also has come, recognizing her presence. Shruti, my wife, has come. Dil ko dekho, chehra na dekho. Yeah. दिल को देखो चेहरा ना देखो. दिल को देखो चेहरा ना देखो. चेहरों ने लाखों को लूटा. दिल सच्चा और चेहरा झूठा. दिल सच्चा और चेहरा झूठा. दिल को देखो चेहरा ना देखो. दिल को देखो चेहरा ना देखो. चेहरों ने लाखों को लूटा. दिल सच्चा और चेहरा झूठा. दिल सच्चा और चेहरा झूठा. जो अपनी सच्ची सूरत दिखा दे ऐसे नहीं दुनिया वाले. सबने ही अपने चेहरे के आगे झूठ के पर्दे हैं डाले. मीठी होठों पे बात दिल में रहती है खात. दिल का होठों से नाता ही टूटा. दिल सच्चा और चेहरा झूठा. दिल सच्चा और चेहरा झूठा. दिल को देखो चेहरा ना देखो. तन से तो आजाद हम हो गए हैं. मन से गई ना गुलामी. परदेशी भाषा और वेश को ही देते हैं सबको सलामी. भूल अपने का रंग सीखे औरों का ढंग. अपने फन का चलन हमसे छूटा. दिल सच्चा और चेहरा झूठा. दिल सच्चा और चेहरा झूठा. दिल को देखो चेहरा ना देखो. सच्चा और चेहरा झूठा, दिल सच्चा और चेहरा झूठा। दिल को देखो चेहरा ना देखो, दिल को देखो चेहरा ना देखो, चेहरों ने लाखों को लूटा। दिल सच्चा और चेहरा झूठा, दिल सच्चा और चेहरा झूठा, दिल सच्चा और चेहरा झूठा, दिल सच्चा और चेहरा झूठा।
Thank you, Renu. I don't know whether you enjoyed it. We enjoyed it thoroughly. Just like being back in college. Bhargav and I are thinking of joining college again now. So another 5 years, I think he can win a lot of prizes for us and me too. Thanks a lot. And thanks for all the singers, starting with Wow Karthik. Please give him a big hand. He sang so well. Our Hindu Bala, Gangaji, she had a sore throat this morning. It's all vanished now. Anusha, you made your day on your birthday. And who else? And of course, Bhargav. What can you say about Bhargav? Our man from Ahmedabad. And of course, the surprise. The two surprises. Madhu was never a surprise. She's a brilliant singer. I know that. Well done, Madhu. Thanks a lot for Wuhai Zara. And the surprise package today was that my wife just came onto the stage and said, after about 50 years, she looked at me and said, Baho mein chaliya. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. And thanks a lot, Ramu and my YG Melody Makers. Every one of you did a wonderful job. This is a great occasion for us in our college campus. Thanks a lot. And Mike Selvam, without any time for balancing the sound, he did a good job. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Alumni Association, thanks a lot. And Renu, I think we'll meet for the 150th anniversary of Dr. Laddha also. Thank you.